Cascade the enemies of the... Dang it, I screwed it up. I was gonna say, cascade the enemies of the Godhead Pog! There we go. Just pretend I did that. Oh. Oh. Is YouTube chat not showing? Oh no. Oh, because I have to change the link every time. My mistake. Please hold. Please hold. There we go. Pog! Hello, everyone. Yes, good friendly reminder, turn it from top chat to live chat, because YouTube does this thing where only the, like, I don't know, it sorts out comments by people it doesn't like, whether that's spam or otherwise. It just, like, changes what chat you have access to. So the top of your chat, just hit where it says top chat, change that to live chat. The Call of the Wild Arrow, Pog! See, that's the thing. I have had friends who have reached out to me, like cold call interacted with me, like we knew each other, we're friends first, but they open a conversation by sending a gif of a dog going woo, because it's the idea of like, hurrah. Hello everyone. Hey Thea and Coyd and Dreek and Bobby and Noah and Behold and Magical. So many people. So many names. And I have to think to myself, how many of you are familiar names just under a different guise? Because I, the furry adjacent arrow lore awoopins. Not all games are fantasy. Now we need elves and everything. Okay, 40k. Okay. Oh my gosh. Actually, let me, please hold. Please hold. Sorry, I just had to mess with my camera because it was positioned wrong. But yes, hello everyone. See, you can't say that, Thea, because now I just want to go on a like 40k rant because I've been watching Bricky's like timeline of all of 40k video recently, and it just like I want to talk about like how stupid the Eldar are. But I'm an elf now. Okay, I have been told I'm elf coded. I've been told that I'm fey coded. I've been told I'm devil coded. I've been told I'm lich coded. Which is it? Which do you most describe to? Lewd elves, come on. Hello, Slowboy. I've streamed on YouTube before. I've streamed on no lewd, only up. Thank you. I appreciate that my community, like half of y'all are super thirsty. The other half are just like, no, we must protect our story. Story. So I am on my YouTube comments. As you know, I take a lot of pride in the fact that I can go around responding to as many comments as possible, whether or not they're actually engaging with the content. I want to make sure that you feel seen when you are kind enough to contribute to my comment section. So I heart comments, I respond to them. And one person said, I don't care if you're a woman or a femboy or a 45-year-old man. It's all over the screen. And I'm just like, I mean, I'm non-binary, so... And then the response was, it's still all over the screen, doesn't matter. And I'm just like, I'm not sure what that means, but okay. And then their response was just like, I feel illegal. I'm so sorry. And they didn't explain what it meant. And then I asked a friend, and then my friend explained to me, and I'm like, oh! I mean, like, I assumed, but I didn't know. So I just assumed, like, I figured, oh, I don't know what this person means. I'll ask them what they mean. And then they didn't clarify because they were caught in 4K. Hello, hello. Been watching Mr. Bones 40k lately. Pretty good. Gives a lot of appreciation to the WoW characters. Okay. As someone who has played, I'd say a good bit of 40k. I've played a decent amount of 40k. I haven't played like tournaments. I haven't gone to game stores because I'm nervous, but also because I don't have a full army. I just have most of an army that I substitute a whole bunch with. Your ace flux, so that's 50-50 for you. True and real. I've played a decent bit of 40k. I've listened to a lot of the lore. Like I've listened to a lot of Adric. I've played a lot of the game, or not all the games. Like I played Dawn of War, for instance. I haven't played Space Marine. I kind of want to play Space Marine 2 at some point, but I feel like that's kind of like the ship has sailed on that. But I don't know. It could be good fun. But I've also read The Infinite and the Divine. That is like the only 40k book I have read, but unironically, reading The Infinite and the Divine has made me want to make a Necron army so I can have Trazen. Because Trazen's such a little goober. I'm a wholesome potato? What do you mean I'm a potato? Respect boundaries, don't be stupid. Yeah, exactly. Trazen the Infinite, yeah! Exactly. But yeah, so, I mean, and I've also said this before, but just so, because it's relevant to the conversation, like, I'm at the point where I don't really care what people get up to on their own time in terms of just like, oh, you made like NSFW or like lewd or like blah, 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 fan art or fanfic or whatever. My main thing is don't bring that into the community. Don't like get that into a place where minors can potentially see it. Don't bring that into your expectations of how you interact with me or my content. And then we're fine. That's the main thing for me, really. Like, if you want to do that, I can't really stop you. And I don't really mind, at least not at this point. But make sure everyone's staying safe and that the community is not shifted as a result. Shadowpoint is a really good trilogy. If you like naval combat stuff, 40k books tend to be really good or really... Yes. So I've listened to some book club episodes. So for those of you who don't know, Adeptus Ridiculous is a YouTube channel and a podcast, but like their YouTube channel primarily, where they talk about 40k lore, but also they'll do stuff like talk about Trench Crusade. They had a segment where they were doing like real world true crime sections. Now they're talking about Warhammer Fantasy. But they'll also do 40k book clubs. And so I've listened to the book club for the Night Lords trilogy, for instance, which is, and like Lion, Son of the Forest, Brutal Cunning, all of these like really good books that are highly recommended that I don't necessarily have the time or interest to sit down and read at this present moment. I've sat down and like listened to a book club about it. So I've gotten like the plot synopsis, I've gotten the character synopsis. Obviously it's not the same as reading it, and I don't feel as connected to it as I probably would have had I read it myself. But like, I've heard about some of the good things that goes on in 40k books. I've also heard some of the bad things. Oh, I've also listened to the book club for... What's the Necron trilogy? It's like Twice Dead King Reign or whatever. But like the Necron trilogy, I think is considered some of the best, but like Necron books, they have like 5 books. All of them are bangers, which like makes sense for Necrons. All I know about 40k is orcs are silly guys. Is this quickly like sliding into 40k? Are we just going to have a 40k chat? Oh, also, let me do something. I am going to start a Q&A, which is, got any questions about... No, so it's not a trilogy with 5 books. It's, they have a trilogy, and they also have some standalones, like Infinite and the Divine is a standalone book that is Necron themed. So there's Twice Dead King trilogy, there's Infinite and the Divine, I think there's one more, and all of those Necron books are bangers. Got any questions about TTRPGs? VTubing? Me? Let me know. I'll get around to it if I don't hate you. No. Let me know. Okay, so I just started a Q&A section, which I believe you can swap between the Q in the very top, where it says like top chat, live chat. You can click like questions, I believe. I haven't really interacted with this as the viewer before, so I'm not going to look at that for a bit, but just if you have any questions about like, hey, how would you run Kane? Hey, what's your favorite TTRPG you haven't gotten a chance to talk about? Hey, what got you into VTubing? Like, feel free to just like chat. all the best trilogies have 5 books. See, for a moment, I thought you were saying to not expose minors to 40K. See, that's the thing. I think, like, unironically, kids, like children, probably should not be exposed to 40K, with the asterisks that that's basically entirely due to the lore implications of chaos, right? Because 40K, the tabletop game, totally fine. 40K, the like broad story of like, oh, a failing Imperium, fine, whatever. 40K, these dark elves look cool. Let me look them up. Not cool. Well, no, like there is unironically a series about 40K kids or not 40K kids. It's a series for kids set in the 40K universe. And it's like, I think it's like just Space Marine shoot bad guy chaos, but all of the chaos worshippers, none of them can be Slaanesh, because in something like that, if you present a child with a story and it involves even a reference to Slaanesh, they might then look up what is Slaanesh, and then suddenly that is basically like fast tracking a child to seeing stuff that they should not be seeing. Which probably you shouldn't do. Certain parts of 40K are mostly fine, but I mean, honestly, I think the orcs perfectly fine. I think the Tyranids perfectly fine. I think most of the Imperium is actually fine. If you have the Space Marines, if you have the Imperial Guard, if you have the AdMech, and you just kind of like gloss over like the background horror of it. I think the Sisters of Battle is a little bit much. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm not saying this from like, oh, kids are too loser to see the cool nuance of this. I mean, in the terms of like, there are models where it is like a flayed sinner who is prostrated on the front of a, like, I don't know, battle barge made from the bones of heretics. As cool as that is, I feel like that's not something you should be like showing an 8-year-old and being like, hey, this is normal. Yeah, like arcoflagellants, for instance. All the best trilogies have 5 books, just like The Hitchhiker's Guide, which I have watched The Hitchhiker's Guide. That's all I know about it. Like I've watched the movie Hitchhiker's Guide. Did you know that The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, did you know that The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy actually changes its plot, its characters, and how the story progresses based off of what medium it is presented in? When you have the radio play of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it is different than the book, and it is different from the movie. Why? Because each of these is a retelling of the same story, and the probability drive in canon is different. Think of it as a different seed in your Minecraft world. You're still playing Minecraft 3 different times, but the world is different. The seed is different. You'll still do the broad strokes of get some wood, make a crafting table, go get stone, go get iron, go get diamonds, but the world will be different because each time the iteration, the seed is different. Same thing with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but not in playing the same game over and over, but in different incarnations of medium, which is just so cool to me. I'm going to be honest, I'm sick and tired of Warhammer. It's constantly co-opted by horrible people. Is that the fault of Warhammer? Genuine question for the chat. Is and I'm talking specifically Warhammer. I'm not saying generally speaking. I'm saying specifically Warhammer 40K being co-opted by terrible people, which is a thing that has always happened with it. Is that 40K's fault? Because 40K demonstrates a far future world where the Imperium of Man, all of humanity, are xenophobic, prejudiced, they are zealotous, they have a zero tolerance policy for anyone who so much as has a thought of committing an act adjacent to treason against the state. And they are presented as the closest thing to the good guys in the story. They are an awful authoritarian regime that are presented as the protagonists. But I can't think of basically a single instance of a 40k story in which there's any discussion of morality where the Imperium is not said to be vile. Even in the meta text surrounding the universe, like the flavor text of the Imperium is like, to live in this time is to live under the most bloody regime imaginable. Like it isn't glorifying it. It is presenting it from a biased point of view from the Imperium. The conceit of 40k codexes is that all of them are written from the perspective of the Imperium. So if you have the Tyranids, it's what is the Imperium found about the Tyranids, right? So when I see that, I think, okay, it doesn't matter how, quote unquote, like hyped up the Imperium's nonsense is, because it's the Imperium hyping up itself from a meta, from a subtextual level, right? But then you have the constant stuff of like really awful people taking up the space, and then like GW not doing anything about it, and then like scalpers getting involved and GW not doing anything about it, and then GW doing what I think is, I don't know, like female custodies. Personally, I think that custodies should just be genderless. I'm not gonna lie. Like, and the when it comes to the idea of female custodies leading to female space marines, I'm of the opinion, I think only male space marines is stupid, not because of inclusivity DEI reasons, but because logistically you are just ignoring half of your population when you're already gonna genetically alter them anyway, right? This isn't a situation where like, oh, we only need like the physically strongest. This isn't a situation where we only need the quickest or the most intelligent. This is a situation where you need people who are loyal, people who can undergo psychological conditioning, and who have the resourcefulness to survive the initiation period of being a space marine, right? So to cut your population size of recruits basically in half, right, is stupid. Just blanketly. And again, that's not even from like personally, I think having female space marines would be really cool. And the only reason they didn't start with female space marines is because they didn't have the money to, or I've heard multiple things. The thing I've heard of why they didn't initially have female space marines is because they only had like one helmet shape. And then they just said that they were all men because they only had one helmet shape, and then it went from there. I don't know if that's actually true or not. That's just what I've heard. But I think what they should do to kind of like go with going beyond gender, if you are a member of the Adeptus Astartes, you are a brother in arms. It does not matter if you're a man. It does not matter if you are a woman. It does not matter if you're non-binary or whatever, because in 40k, non-binary people exist canonically. Like, if you are a member of the Adeptus Astartes, you are a brother in arms serving under the God Emperor. It does not matter what your sex is. It matters that you are my brother, right? I think that that would be a very easy and palatable means of kind of being inclusive, because it's also very thematic. It's, you are no longer a person. You are no longer a man. You are no longer a woman. You are now an angel of death. You are now a servant of the Imperium. You are now the spear tip of the Emperor himself. So it doesn't matter what you were before. It was a coin flip, whether you were called the Brotherhood or the Sisterhood. So you're just brothers, right? And then it kind of goes thematically with like how with the formation of the Adepta, it goes thematically with how in the formation of the Adepta Sororitas, the Fraternitas was disbanded because no men of the church shall ever hold up arms again. And then a bunch of women took up arms from the church. If you want to go the route of having male Sisters of Battle, sure, have it be the same principle of like, you are no longer a person. You are now a servant of the church. You are now a member of the armed forces of the ecclesiarchy. It does not matter what's in your pants. It matters that you are now a Sister of Battle. It matters you are now a Space Marine. It matters that you are an Adeptus Custodi. But the reason I brought up this in the first place is because Adeptus Custodes, to make them all one gender or the other, or one sex, I suppose, because that's what the conversation's mostly about, they're like grown in tubes. That doesn't really make sense. Like, just have them be Barbie dolls. Like, you know, have them be Ken dolls. I don't really think it's the fault of the work itself, but at the same time, creators should try to keep bad people out of their space if they can, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, finally a good reason to use brother as a gender neutral term. Exactly. And that's why, like, personally, I'm of the opinion, I think female Space Marines would be cool. I think that that would help with representation. I think that would be valuable to a lot of fans. But from a logistical, like, in-universe, like, why haven't they done this already thing, I think it's kind of dumb, right? And that's the angle I have found is not more effective, but comes across. So basically, whenever you're talking to someone who's like a jerk, a bigot, whatever, generally speaking, appealing to their morals is not going to work because they don't see it as a moral issue. Or if they do, they see it as it's a moral issue and you're in the wrong. So trying to appeal to their ethics, their morals, but it'd be so good to just kind of represent this for so many people, it's not going to work. So if you hit it from a different angle, they're more likely to actually properly engage you. However, this is not always the case. All Space Marines call each other brother and sound like Hulk Hogan. Exactly. Everything is co-opted by bad people. 40k and higher number due to the setting. Doesn't make 40k bad. Frustration is understandable, though. What are we defining as being co-opted by bad people? Also, I'm glad to see at least one person was just sitting in Twitch waiting. Toxic Fangs get so loud until I start quoting Bentham at them. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, what defines being co-opted? What is the situation in which a franchise or a series or a specific media gets co-opted versus it just has a vocal minority? Because when I hear co-opted, I think, like, when I think Star Wars, like modern Star Wars, I think, wow, it is filled with jerks. It is filled with crybabies. It is filled with people who can't let go of the past, but simultaneously refuse to accept the changing of the present. And they look to a future that never will be. Like, modern day Star Wars is a disgrace, both on the fan side and on the content side. And the reason I say that so confidently is because we've already seen this cycle happen, right? The prequel era had the exact same outcry of fans. And this isn't real Star Wars. They're adding in kid stuff. They're completely changing the tone of it. They're ruining previous stories. Blah, 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 blah. And then the Disney merger happened. We shifted, blah, blah. And then 15 years later, all of the people who grew up with that, who that was their exposure to Star Wars, they love it. They absolutely love the prequel era. Now we're getting people who are like, oh, the sequel era, that's not real Star Wars. They're adding all of this feminist stuff, blah, 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 blah. And in 5 to 10 years, we're going to have a bunch of people who say, wow, I love the prequel. I love the sequel era. That's how I grew up with Star Wars. Like, that's just how generational cycles of media work, is the new thing is always going to upset the old heads, and then that new thing is going to eventually have its own foundation of nostalgia that a new generation of fans loves, right? That being said, the sequels suck. Right? Like, from a storytelling what's the meme where it's just like, you hate the sequel trilogy because you're a bigot. I hate the sequel trilogy because it's terribly written. We are not the same. Like, the sequel trilogy is not written well. I would also argue the prequel trilogy is not written well. However, stuff like the Clone Wars, both the 2003 and the 2008 animated series, both were very good. Andor, which I believe takes place in the Empire era because it's like pre-Rogue One, that was very good. I'm hearing I have no idea what's going on with Ahsoka. I think Ahsoka might be good. I don't actually know. But The Acolyte, I've heard it's one of the worst things in Star Wars ever produced. I don't know. I haven't watched it. Female Space Marines in the Sororitas or Inquisition makes sense, though. See, I wasn't even saying female Space Marines in them. I was saying the idea of Sister of Battle being more nomenclature than reality. The idea of, if you join the Sisters of Battle, it does not matter who you were, it does not matter what gender you were or what sex you were or whatever. It is, you are now a Sister of Battle. In the same way, if you join the Space Marines, you are now a part of the Brotherhood. You are now a brother, independent of what you identify as or what your sex is, which I think would be a very interesting way of handling it. Explicitly, because it would be, I don't know if I would consider that erasure, but that would be intangibility, like invisibility, right? That would not be trans-inclusive, for instance. That would be indoctrination, which is very on theme for the Imperium. There's an entire Ordo of the Inquisition dedicated to keeping female Space Marines a secret. There's another Ordo dedicated to ensuring that the first Ordo never finds out why. Yeah, there is an Ordo of the Inquisition which is dedicated to finding lost information of the Imperium and going out there and reclaiming records, piecing together timelines, putting together histories of different worlds and entire galaxies. And there's another Ordo of the Inquisition whose entire job is to hide history and censor stuff. They don't know each other exist. Or they probably know each other exist, but they don't interact with one another. They don't talk about, hey, I'm going to censor this. And then the first one is oh, actually, I need that as a critical piece in this galaxy spanning conspiracy. No, the Ordo, I think it's Redactus, just censors stuff and hides it and burns the evidence. And then the Ordo Investigatus or whatever stupid name they have is going around someone burned the evidence on this. I wonder who. If you get into a relationship in the Sisters of Battle, it doesn't matter what gender you are, you're a lesbian now. The only relationship that Sisters of Battle have is with the God Emperor. And to say otherwise is heresy. That's some spy versus spy shenanigans. Exactly. I grew up with Warhammer and even have some paints older than me. It's really great seeing your takes on how to integrate these things into main canon, especially since my thing is screw it. And that's the thing is that, I love Warhammer. I think it's really cool. I didn't consider myself a Warhammer fan for the longest time. For the longest time, I thought it was dumb. I thought it was stupid, grimdark, over the top nonsense. And then I started hearing about the lore. I started looking into it, and I'm like, wow, this is stupid, grimdark, over the head nonsense. But it isn't, broadly speaking, it isn't. How do I phrase this? I have a phrasing in mind that I don't know if this is gonna fly, so bear with me. It isn't masturbatory, is my best phrasing for it. in that a lot of the time, the horror of the universe is played straight. The horror of the universe is recognized both in and out of universe as this is a bad thing that should not be happening. Don't let this happen. There are certain things where the Drukhari, for instance, I don't like the Drukhari. I don't like the fact that they exist in 40K. I don't like what they do. I don't think that they add to the universe substantially. I think that it's interesting, their premise. I think that they go too far without justifiable reason. And that's the point, right? Same with the Demon Kelaba, or the Demon Kebasa, the Iron Warriors thing. Can I give you context? In 40K, it is a terrible situation where humanity has 1 million planets that they control, and everyone is evil. There are aliens. There are used to be robots. There's no longer robots. There are many different factions, all of whom are trying to kill each other. Because it is a war game set in the far future of the universe where everything is devoted to warfare. In 40K, the Drukhari, I think I know what I need to do. I don't know if I have the strength to do it though. Are you ready for this? It is absolutely MS Paint time. However, we don't have the ability to soup ourselves in prostration for MS Paint, so I don't actually know if we can do this. Also, that wasn't like me misusing that word, was it? Like, someone said purposeless. Purposeless was probably a better word, but like what I said, that wasn't out of context. That was simply makes sense. The Kim and Kalaba is so weird. I swear that they were inspired by reading that story in the gospel, but the guy who asked how the heck he's supposed to climb back into it. Oh my gosh, what? Yeah, the fans act like they'd be badass space marines if they live in the Imperium, not some random janitor that dies of lead poisoning. No, most people... Pog. Can I get a pog in chat? I want all of you to pog right now for MS Paint. All right, 3, 2, 1. Pog. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad that I didn't say that like out of pog kit. Oh wow, we got a lot of people pogging in chat. And I see names that are lurking who I recognize, and you're not being an active chatter, but you came out to pog. That's so cute. Anywho, yeah, so most people in 40K, most people who are like super toxic fans would be a servitor. Because a servitor in 40K is a human who they're lobotomized, their brain is removed, they add in some like screws, some pieces of scrap metal and some wiring, and now your entire life is to open this door. Not every door. Not to go around, open many doors and like follow someone around to be their personal like door opener. No. This one specific door. You stand there, motionless, for 4 days, and then you see someone approach, so you open the door, they don't walk through, and then you close it. And then you stand there, motionless, for another week and a half. And then someone approaches you, and you open the door for them, and then they walk inside, and it's a broom closet. You are a servitor for a broom closet in a backwater planet that has barely enough agriculture to support the imperial tithe, not to mention its own starving citizens. I don't think they do need to eat. I think that the whole thing of a servitor is that they're basically like a zombie. I don't think they need food. They don't need sleep. I don't think they need like water. So this is the sort of thing that in 40K is like super grimdark, super awful, but is actually so interesting. Because, okay, example. There is a spaceship. There are actually many spaceships. However, so take this spaceship, for instance. This spaceship is 5 kilometers long and like half a kilometer tall. It's a big boy, right? However, you know how I just said that there were servitors, like people that are like lobotomized, they're robots, they're cyborgs that just like do one specific task? That's because AI does not exist in this world. Or it did exist, and then it had an AI uprising that humanity barely won. Like, by the skin of their teeth, won. So no, AI is never allowed to be created ever again. No more AI. It doesn't matter if it handles complex navigations. It doesn't matter if it opens a door. Nothing automated. And when I say AI, I mean like modern day robotics in the 21st century don't really exist. No, not just no ChatGPT. Like, no Clippy in Microsoft Office. No autocorrect. No text messaging. So what you'll do is that this ship will have like all of these guns. But remember, this is a 5 kilometer long ship. What guns do you think a 5 kilometer long ship has? Well, so if we blow this up, this will be like a giant cannon that on the inside has shells that are like 100 meters long. How do you get this 100-meter long shell into this cannon if you have no robots, you have no AI? Well, have you considered that you have a gang of slaves who just stand there with chains and they loop it around ammunition and they drag it physically into the gun? And that not only is there a gang, it's literally called a chain gang that will load the ammunition of this one gun for their entire lives. There will be a second rival chain gang that is competing for turf. So they will get into gang warfare to see which one of the gangs gets to load this specific gun. And this battle, this gang warfare might happen in the middle of an active combat where you need this gun to fire. That is 40K. That is how stupid and serious and silly and all of the adjectives all at once put together. The Leagues of Votann was like one old war robot, which they consider an ancient relic that they must hide because if they get caught, the Imperium would be mega angry. So the Leagues of Votann are basically dwarves, right? They're sci-fi dwarves, and they believe in... they basically have collective consciousnesses that when a Votann dies, they upload their consciousness to the supercomputer and basically add their intelligence to an AI. They have a handful of AI across their species, each one which is basically half king, half ancestral worship. So the Leagues of Votann, they have AI. And I believe the Votann like know this is an AI. Like they're aware of that, but they treat it as if they would its ancestors. And because the AI is made up of the intelligences of a series of generations of Votann, it basically acts as their ancestors. So while it is nominally an AI, it's basically like ancestor worship made manifest, which is super cool. And there are Ironkin, which are basically robot dwarves, which are AI dwarves, which will live and fight and die alongside like biological Votann. And these are just straight up AI. And these AI Ironkin are treated as equals to their Votann brothers. So what it is that the Votann are one of the most advanced species in the galaxy, despite also being one of the youngest. Like, if you think about it, the Necrons, which are the oldest by far in the universe, the Tau, and the Votann, in terms of tech, they are all three, probably in this order, the most developed and the most technologically advanced species. Also, they are the ones that use AI. Everyone else is technologically stagnant in comparison. Leagues of Votann equals if the Elder Brains weren't lying to the Mind Flayers. I mean, basically, Leagues of Votann is basically, or no, because like Mind Flayers are basically a hive mind under the Elder Brain. With the AI, like Leagues of Votann Elder, I think they're called like Elder Forges or something like that. I don't actually know. But the AI of the Leagues of Votann is basically, what if you had an AI that was entirely trained off of the combined intelligence of 100,000 dead Votann? Well, then you get a lot of different ideas about ways of Votann society, and it would act like a Votann because it's trained off of 100,000 Votann. So it's less like it's some kind of lording over evil ruler, and it's more just like my king, my liege, my ancestor, grandpapa, patriarch of my family, whatever relationship the individual Votann have with it. It's basically just, let me approach you and ask you one Votann to another. It just so happens that you Votann, you AI, have the knowledge of hundreds of thousands and the probability calculations to detect basically precognition. Where do you reckon old age of mankind era lies on that scale? I would say golden age of humanity, right below the Necrons. Because the thing about humanity basically did this. So like, if this time period, like, if this is the 21st century and this is our tech level right now, we basically went like do 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 do. Oh wow, and then bam. Let's go a little deeper, and then we kind of like, so this is basically the technology of the Imperium over time, right? Because for a while, we were just kind of doing our normal sci-fi stuff. We were developing STCs, standard template constructs, where we could have like a 3D printer that could make anything. We just need to give it the raw materials. We had spaceships that could go between galaxies faster than you could get to the other side of the planet today. We had full planet biocolonization pods, which would just what's it called when you change the climate of a planet? I'm forgetting the word. Anyway, we had all the standard terraforming. Thank you. We had all of the standard sci-fi tech that you would expect, and then we rode off that success and colonized 1 million planets. And then this little thing with the AI happened, and we went all the way down to below what our current level of technology is. We like in the year like 30,000, we were at a level of technology below what we in the modern day in the 21st century have. And we never really recovered. Because like there were spikes here and there, but they always immediately went back down. And basically the levels of tech is war is like up here. And then everything else is like down here. There are like, if I need to record something, if a planet just got exploded, I will tell my scribe servitor, write that down for me, Jeremy. And then my scribe servitor, which is built into the wall and is just a dude, who is like stuck in the wall, will reach out, grab a piece of parchment, grab a quill, and write down planet exploded, time and date, reason why, blah, 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 blah. And then he will hand it to my squire, who will run off to a massive library on the ship that I'm on, store it in section Alpha Echo Whiskey, subsection Charlie, third row behind the second shelf, and store it in there. And then if my ship blows up, suddenly the only record of why this planet was destroyed and when just got incinerated. No one will ever know, because we don't have data banks, we don't have data slates, we don't have like hard drives to put it on. Some people do, because some people in the Imperium actually have technology. I can be the captain of a battle barge. I can be a captain of that 5-kilometer long ship before. And I will have people approaching me who just used on an abacus mathematical calculations on the timing required to get like a jump between the enemy's brigade, which, let me remind you, the enemy's like blockade is made up of ships that can bend reality so that they are completely obscured from the visible light spectrum. That is what 40K is. That's why I love it. Yeah, there are data slates, but a lot of records read paper anyway. No, exactly. And that's the thing, is that like, yeah, if I'm an inquisitor, I can say, yeah, put this on a data slate, upload it to the online database, send it via warp transmission back to Terra kind of deal. But at the end of the day, like 90 to 99% of all information is recorded by hand and then stored in physical libraries. And then let's say there is a person who commits a crime, allegedly. So I, as an inquisitor, as a secret police person, I will take them and I will immediately lobotomize them, convert them into a servitor, and then I will also do the same to their entire family, because, well, what if their family also wanted to commit crimes? Crimes run in families, clearly. So then I would get like 10 new servitors. Then it comes out that they were actually innocent and they were framed. Well, that sucks for them, because they're already servitors. So I'm just going to delete the evidence and not worry about it. Given the title, I'm wondering if I'm introducing the TTRPG of Dark Heresy and its various spinoffs. No, so the plan was to talk about Kane and Lancer and Vampire the Masquerade. We just got on a 40K tangent immediately. Oh gosh, there are so many questions that I need to check out. My TTRPG is when I eat junk food at a table and roleplay as someone who eats healthy. Paper doesn't corrupt. Warp can't twist ink as easily as computer code. That's very true. And no, and that's the thing. That's the thing. The worst part about it, like 70 to 80% of all of the nonsense that makes zero sense actually is completely rational given the circumstances. Because with the whims of chaos, you can't trust AI. You can't trust online databases. You can't allow someone's family to be treated as loyal if their family member was corrupted by chaos. Well, Massive Tangents is literally my branding. I can't think of something that describes my channel more than Massive Tangents. Like, even TTRPGs doesn't cut it. Because if we think about, like, my Twitch stream, what do I do every single Twitch stream? It's not play games. It's not code a visual novel. It's not talk TTRPGs. It is go on massive, hours-long tangents and hurt my voice. Okay, I'm going to real quick open up the questions tab. I can't read this first one, unfortunately, because YouTube is being silly. Favorite non-stereotypical fantasy TTRPG, any TTRPG that's not D&D-esque fantasy. So when you say favorite non-stereotypical fantasy TTRPG, do you mean favorite TTRPG that is fantasy, that is not D&D-esque, or favorite non-fantasy TTRPG? Because those are two very different questions. I would say in terms of favorite... Bet I pick Rift. Actually, someone in the comments section on one of my recent videos was like, kids these days don't know about Rifts. And I'm just like, brother, chill. So if we're talking favorite non-fantasy TTRPG, the one I have the most experience with is Vampire the Masquerade. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to play. Like, I was setting up a game of Lancer to run. I was running a game. I ran a session 0 for Lancer, and then the next week, folks are busy. The week after, folks are busy. The week after that, oh, sorry, like, I know we said we'd meet up today, but like, I'm just so busy. I gotta edit. And then I'm just like, listen, y'all get one more week. If you're not free in that one more week, we're not doing this. And then the next week they weren't free. So then we cut it. Hopefully we can pick it up sometime later. But I really wanted to run Lancer. Is this the one Rory kept bugging you about on the Discord? Yes, it is. And guess who is the one that ended up not being free? So we didn't end up playing the goober. I'm thinking Vampire. Recently, it's definitely been Kane. I had like a bit of a hyperfixation on Kane for a bit. Now that I've started talking more Lancer on the channel again, though, I'm kind of back in a Lancer mood. I want more Lancer content. And be on the lookout this Sunday. Fun fact. This Sunday, I have a video coming out, which is on a TTRPG I have not talked about yet. I can talk about it now. Yes. So tomorrow, in like 30 hours or 29 hours. It's a TTRPG I have not talked about before. Fathomless Depths. Is that the one on Blue Sky? Because I recently did a post. Let me grab this real quick. I recently did a post. Yeah, Fathomless. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking Fathomless Gears. So there is a TTRPG called Fathomless Gears, which I hate this because it looks like I will be scared of it. So this is Fathomless Gears. The ocean calls to you, a siren song as old as the world itself, woven into its waves. Can you hear it? Of course you can. Your coffin-like armor is the only thing between you and the tons of water as you plunge into the abyssal depths. Your task is to dive into Halcyon's fathomless oceans, exploring hazardous environments where no human has ever tread. but that doesn't mean there is no life here. There's plenty. And it hates you as it hates all of humanity. Your gear's galvanic engine hums as it powers the suit's massive limbs and many weapon systems. You've crafted this machine, and you will be put to the test. Prepare to dive into fathomless gears. This is, hey, do you like the deep ocean and also mech suits? No? Well, then do I have the game for you? So for those of you who don't know, I have thalassophobia. I'm scared of the ocean. This was put on display quite humorously when I was playing Dredge, a eldritch fishing game, where at one point there is a trench that you have to sail over, and there is a creature living in the trench with massive tentacles, and I got so scared. The mech suit fighting the monster looks like a Zaku too. Arrow's bones remember why we flood the ocean. Exactly. Like, y'all don't understand. Oh, that's the one you thought of? Yeah. So fathomless gears, like, and the thing that's really cool about this is that it's, so you have, I don't know what these stats are, but I assume it's like, oh, I have 3 spots in my left arm. I have 6 spots in my left arm. I have 6 spots in my right arm. Like ammo feeds, core integrity, like the different chassis you can use. It looks so cool. But sorry. Like, do you see this? Do you see this? I don't want to see this. This scares me. Like, I know a lot of people have asked me, hey, when are you going to do an actual play series? I would love to do an actual play series. I think I want to play a private game with other content creators first, so we establish a group dynamic and then hop into a actual play. Because as fun as it would be to just do an actual play series, I feel that as a content creator, I would want my actual play series to be content first and a game we're just kind of playing to have fun second. It would be a performance before it is a point of leisure. So I would want it to be something where if I'm playing with Celerity Dust, for instance, we have played before. We have played previously. We know how we both interact with the game. I understand their style of role-playing a bit more. Because then that gets rid of the ums and the ahs and the 3 sessions of like the party kind of getting the lay of the land, figuring stuff out. That just kind of jumps right into the ideal state of you get cool characters that are interacting with one another. Imagine if I was a player in an actual play series and I was in this and then I had to fight this. I am so frightened. Once you go past the high tide market, you're just part of the food chain. I'm reminded of XCOM Terror from the Deep and Phoenix Point with a bit of Pacific Rim. See, that's the thing. I have, and I played for like an hour, XCOM Base Defense. Like the very first XCOM. And I think it would be kind of... And then I've also played like XCOM Enemy Within. I played a little bit of XCOM 2. I never beat XCOM 2. I've played like halfway through XCOM 2 multiple times and I just never finished it. I think it'd be fun to play that on stream and do the whole like, oh, I'm going to name chatters. I'm going to name my units after chatters. I see it. I don't want to see it anymore. Barbarossa? Verstanden. That's gender? Oh my gosh. The fish has a kind of smile. He doesn't look so bad. Oh yeah, I see that. Like, me on my way to get the world's most expensive sashimi, the nefarious smiler. Want to know how I got these scars? And then I can do like a whole, what's the Joker makeup? Just like, wait, is this Balatro? Am I Balatroing so hard right now? Is this Jimbo himself? Jimbo is with us. We are safe. We shall have the mandate of heaven with us for so long as we have Jimbo. What's that Joker do? It gives me night terrors. It gives me a panic attack. Gotta lay the groundwork first to have a group for an actual play. Exactly. Arrow's content build. I am. And that's the thing, is that I, as authentic as I am, as genuine as I am, as much as I put forward my real actual self, like, I'm sure you know, based off of how I've interacted with chat and how I've interacted with the Discord and how I've interacted with like community posts and comments, like, you're getting the full me. You're getting real. That being said, I recognize that as a content creator, as real as I am, I also have to be entertaining. And I'm boring. So I try to make myself as entertaining as possible. I try to present myself and my content in as engaging as a way as possible without sacrificing that realness. It eats people, so it destroys scored face cards and gets times 0.5 mult for each destroyed card. Listen. We love tripping. That fish live in a society? Yeah, that fish lives in a society. But yeah, so... Gosh. This is just... Also, like, it's called, like, the lamprey. That's the chassis. Like, this is so spooky. I'm frightened. Oh, these are like gear slots, it looks like. Interesting. Like, who of you was not here when I did my Dread stream? Who of you does not know what I look like when I'm scared of the ocean? Crab Dragoon, Crab Dragoon, Balatro Pivot. I mean, I could play Balatro. However, my viewership goes down when I play Balatro. People like it when I yap. Marine biology flashbacks. I know a marine biologist, and fish are scary. Like, I know people who are into marine bio. Not for me, I must say. Oh, so me yawning just reminded me. I was talking with my buddy last night. My friend called me up. He's chatting with me, and he likes to tease me. He likes to talk about how whenever I yawn, he like says I'm just moaning. So I'll yawn. Like that. And then he'll be like, stop moaning at me. And I'm like, it's a yawn, calm down. And then I mentioned that I yawn on stream and that chat, broadly speaking, likes my yawns and that they like say it's cute or whatever. And he just gave me the dirtiest look. He gave me a look that was just like, hey, yo, you moan into your mic on stream? And I'm just like, shut up. Like, shush your mouth. Stop looking at me like that. What do you look like when you're not scared of the ocean? I mean, presumably like this. Moan alert. Oh my god. Like, I wouldn't consider that a moan. That's just a yawn. Arrow not escaping the lewd tuber accusations. See, that's the thing. I'm not a lewd tuber. Like, I could be. I think I have the power in me, but I just have chosen not to. Truly Arrow freaks. Oh my gosh. Arrow freaks is not real. I know people who are freakier than me. I'm not going to say it. Like, don't look to me for confirmation on the freakdom of others. I'm not going to dox people. It's not a it's a cute noise. Exactly. That's the thing. I've had multiple people I don't know. This is something that I never expected this, I must say. No, I did not freak out over bananas. I was terrified of banana. That banana, who here doesn't know what banana Coit is talking about? Who here did not see the banana short? Freak tier list now? What would a freak tier list even be? Would it just be me ranking how many of my friends are freaks? Would it mean just being like, oh, give me names and I'll rank them? Not the freak Nana. Imagine Arrow going ada with the same energy as yawning though. Listen, if people pay me, I'm not above it. Listen, I never expect, because like I make, oh my gosh, I make silly TTRPG content. I never expected so much, I'll call it affection. I have had people say that I'm cute or I'm gorgeous or like they love me or all that stuff. And I'm just like, I'm just making D&D content. I'm making Lancer content. I'm talking about like my special interests. And apparently people are into that. Like, need I remind you of what happened when I showed off my new outfit and like chat just started like barking? I don't know if it was the arms or the legs, but like people just really are down to clown sometimes. I don't know what it is, but I never expected that. Like just genuinely, I never planned for that mentally or like logistically. It must have been the converse. True. Being passionate about things is attractive though. That is very true. The fastest way to get someone attracted to you is to genuinely be interested in something and present it in a way that is accessible to them. If you are a huge, for instance, we were talking about this earlier, if you're a huge 40K fan and you talk about your favorite faction to someone who is also into 40K, they're probably going to like you more. Maybe romantically, maybe aesthetically, maybe platonically. But they're probably going to like you more if you present it in a way that is accessible and interesting to them. And if you have someone that doesn't know 40K, they can just sit there with their like chin on their hands and go, if you present it interestingly. Now, the kind of stereotype is like someone who's super attractive talking about something that the other person doesn't care about, but they still get listened to because they're super attractive. That's the same principle. It's just the interest of the second party is entirely aesthetic. It has nothing to do with the conversation, which is a bit of a shame, but my first Arrow stream and I arrive at the perfect discussion. Oh no. Legs activate neuron in monkey brain. I do kind of have legs for days. I am very tall. Question, who here does not know my height? And if you don't know my height, what do you think my height is? I have a canon height, and it's just how tall I am normally. Like I didn't see any need. I didn't see any need to like lie about my height. I didn't see any need to like embolden it, shorten it, whatever. 6'2". Wow. 7 foot. 7'4". Oh wow, we're going up in the world. I'm taller than Rory. Wow. I'm glad I give off tall person energy. I'm 8 feet tall, 11 foot 13. I am 5 foot 11 or 180 centimeters. So just shy of 6 foot, unfortunately, but also, you're taller than me? Well, yeah, multiple people are taller than me. Lots of people are taller than me. That's the average here? Exactly. See, that's the thing. It's so funny whenever like anyone who is average height thinks I'm really tall. Anyone who is tall looks down on me literally and metaphorically. It's so silly. But when you both like the person's aesthetic and they're passionate about the subject and they talk pretty about it, chef's kiss. Exactly. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot my Twitch chat was like super tall. So like, so if I ever do a thirst trap, like, and like the camera's like this, normally you'd expect that like, I don't know, like hand up here, or like hand above you, like looking down at you. I guess what it would be closer to is that it'd be closer to like, can get uppies? Can get uppies? Uppies? Because like, I don't know. But back to the previous conversation, like I never expected people to actually like have any degree of affection towards me. I've talked about this before. For the longest time, even when I was like actively getting growth and comments and people saying like, oh my gosh, I love your stuff so much, I assumed everyone was there for content, not me. And then once I started streaming, I assumed that my YouTube audience wouldn't really translate because people were more interested in what I could provide them content-wise as opposed to who I am. And I think broadly speaking, I have like 7,500 subscribers. I think for like 7,000 people, that's probably the case. But there's still like 500 of you who actively go out of your way to like join the Discord or join the stream or keep up with me in my stream highlights. They comment on the fact that I don't have a jacket on, like, call me gorgeous, whatever. Like, all of this was so confusing to me because I've never really been in a position where I had so much like positive attention thrown at me. So it was incredibly odd. And at first it was uncomfortable, but now I'm just kind of realizing like, this is more than just me providing a service that you are enjoying. There's actually like a rapport that I've built up with you that is so surprising. Like I never expected this. I never would have expected this. Thirst trap was just a bear trap that's really dry. The Cinnabore Thunk video with that 5'11" or 6-foot image. Yeah. Oh, we love garlic bread. Honestly, I've loved the shorts and got giddy. I was able to watch a stream. You're still. Oh, thank you. Is this fandom? These are groupies. Well, thank you very much. Arrow got that double threat of personality and con. Okay, let's not go that far. Like, let me make it clear. If you're one of this 500, thanks. But you have no taste. There are much better people to spend your time and attention watching, both in terms of content as well as in terms of personality. I must say, I struggle to see the value in your taste. No bad, stop being mean to yourself. No. How many of you say the same thing about yourself? Show of hands. How many of you are actually the exact same internal monologue to yourself that I am to me? What do you think? I only watch one person? True. Actually, that's so true. I was so selfish to assume that I was first monitor content. I understand that I'm third monitor content on a matrix of monitors that you have. You have your primary content where you're like, I don't know, playing Roblox or Minecraft or Valorant or whatever. Then your secondary content where you're watching your favorite streamer. Then your third monitor where you're watching me, but I'm hidden behind a Reddit tab that you have open because you're searching for an answer to a question that someone else asked 8 years ago. And on your phone, there is a gacha game that you currently are not pulling on because you're too poor. If I got that right for any of you, you need to fix your setup. I cannot watch two streamers at the same time, too much noise. I can't. No, you're taking content after game content. Oh, I'm so honored. I'm a great and interesting person to hang out with, but I got lots of therapy, so I mean, I'm in therapy. I think that therapy is therapy is a tool. And I think therapy equips you to have the behaviors meant to further your own mental health. Therapy is not an end. Therapy is not even the process. Therapy is a tool to help you with the process. Your main monitor by am pixel arting mechs on the second. Listen, just to make it clear, I was being facetious. I think a lot of streamers and content creators forget that streams are perfect second monitor content. Why? Because I'm yapping. I am speaking needlessly and heedlessly. I am just unadulterated speaking for what has been nearly an hour and a half at this point. That's not really that interesting to sit here and watch. However, if you're just listening, if you have me in the background, if you have me as someone who is contributing to filling in the silence, and perhaps even if I'm talking about something that interests you, it's like a podcast almost. Normalized therapy, it helps you get where you need to go. Exactly. Gacha's probably evil. I have played one gacha game, and that was, I've talked about this before. I played Fire Emblem Heroes. Is it ES or? I think it's just OS. Fire Emblem Heroes back when it came out, right? This was a gacha game where like it was different Fire Emblem characters. You could pull them, you could fight with them. I felt that like the squad-based, turn-based combat was not that bad. It also made me like Olivia because I didn't play the game Olivia's from, but she's one of the starting characters you get. And having a dancer that early in a Fire Emblem game is so good. Obviously it was super simplified, but it was still fun. That's like the only gacha game I've played. I've had people say that they want me to play Limbus Company. And I've also not played Hoyoverse. Strictly speaking, my roommate has Project Sekai, Colorful Stage, like the Miku rhythm game that has gacha, and I've done polls for them. They've been like, I want you to do this poll for me. So I'm like, okay. And then I click a 10 poll, and then I get like a bunch of 2 stars because it's 2-star, 3-star, 4-star in that game. And then they're like, wow, this sucks. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't do gacha. It's Heroes. Okay, fine. I'll add in an E. Jeez, calm down. Like, gosh. Can you believe the nerve of this person? Jeez. Not with your own money, I hope. Oh, yeah. So I don't play any money. I don't spend any money on it. And now they're just my roommate. It's just with gacha, the whole thing with gacha polls is generally you get currency in-game, which then you do a poll, which opens a loot box style reveal that gives you a character generally on a ranking system. So it might be 2-star, 3-star, 4-star. It might be 4-star, 5-star, S tier. Like whatever the metric is, there is some reasoning of, oh, I want the best character. And usually you have to pay for this, but there is a trickle of in-game currency. So it might be you need 80 polls to get a guaranteed 5-star. But the game only gives you 40 through gameplay. So with this 40, you have a chance to get a 5-star. But if you want to get the 5-star guaranteed, you're gonna need to spend $20 for 40 more polls, and then you can, I don't know, get the guaranteed 5-star. And then there will be like character X, character Y, character Z, where maybe you want 5-star character X, and then you end up pulling character Y for your guaranteed 5-star. Well, now you need to buy 80 more polls to get character X. And then you might get character Z instead, and then you have to buy another 80 polls. So like, gacha is gambling. to put it plainly. I hear pole and I have a very confusing mental image of a pole dancer version of Guitar. If someone makes a pole dancer version of Guitar Hero, like with a pole that is a controller, and sends it to me, I will absolutely play it. I have never pole danced before, but hey, stream is a perfect first opportunity for that, right? They get you enough to get hooked. They use the same psychological tricks as slot machines and stuff. They're actually creating gambling addictions. Yeah, and that's a real thing. One of my friends played gacha games, and whenever I hear about it, he's either mad from bad pulls or mad how hard the late stage missions are, and I never really got the appeal. I mean, that's the thing. Is like something, as far as I'm aware, Genshin is a fine game with gacha. Right? I've never played it. I've heard it's a fine game. And it has gacha on it for like what characters you can access, whatever. Honkai Star Rail, from what I've seen, looks to be gacha first, but like people like the story and characters, because with Genshin it's like Breath of the Wild style, like open world, like real-time combat, go around, fight monsters and whatever, and the gacha I assume is for like what characters you can play as. In Honkai Star Rail, it's all an auto battler that you just get more auto battle pieces with gacha that are characters, but like the story is not hinged on the gacha. And then like Wuthering Waves and the Zone Zero, I know very little about either of these gacha systems. I think ZZ is more like Genshin in that it's you get access to different playable characters and like skins for those characters and abilities for those characters, with the idea that you play as them. Because I don't know, Honkai Star Rail as an auto battler or as a game that is primarily you're just gonna like be like auto complete this battle for me. I don't care that I got the super cool, awesome new character because I'm not playing as them. They're a piece in my diorama. And that doesn't appeal to me personally. Although like Mayoshi, like one of my favorite streamers that I watch, she loves that, for instance. ZZ is rather forgiving with the gacha, but the story doesn't require you to get them because it provides the characters for you in the story missions. Got it. Dancing around a Polish femboy is pole dancing, don't you know? I don't think I know any Polish femboys, so I would be unable to participate. My apologies. The issue with gachas are they eventually power creep and all old units suck, and the only way to do late game missions are newer, stupidly overpowered. And that's the thing, is that whenever there's a monetary incentive assigned to that, that becomes unforgivable. Power creep in a game that goes on for an extended period of time is understandable, because when I make a game and we start off with characters like 1 through 10, they're all roughly balanced for each other, and maybe like the first update drops like characters 11 and 12, and characters 11 and 12 are a bit more powerful because the devs saw a niche that was not filled, and then because these characters weren't balanced around this character, but these were accommodating for a niche in this one, 11 and 12 feel more impactful. And then another drop, and then you have like 13, who kind of is a response to 11 and 12. So now 11 and 12, who were meta, are now canceled by 13. Even though 13 isn't that good, 13 beats 11 and 12, so 13 feels way more powerful. And then you have like a new content drop where it's characters 14 through 17, and they're all balanced around each other. But because of all of this nonsense, all of these characters are actually more powerful than these characters. So even though these aren't like, broadly speaking, overpowered, they had to compete with characters 11 through 13. So they're more powerful on average than characters 1 through 10. And then, etc., etc., etc. Suddenly you have character 25 who has an ability that completely renders obsolete all of these characters. And then you have character 35, who they have the powers of both character 13 and character 25. So why would you ever play character 25 or character 13? Like, that's what happens when you have added content. It never starts out drastic unless the goal is to sell. Like, for instance, I don't know how many of you are familiar with like 2000s era expansions. This is also a thing in the 90s. But generally, you would have a base game, and then it would have an expansion come out with a new faction, storyline, and generally some updated like rules or units or whatever for the initial faction. So like the example that comes to my mind is Age of Mythology, where it was a RTS based off of ancient mythologies. So you had the Greek pantheon, you had the Egyptians, you had the Norse, and then the expansion for this game was it was either Rise of the Titans or Clash of the Titans. It was the Titans expansion, and it added the Atlanteans, who worshipped the Titans, and it gave like plus 1 unit, plus 1 unit, plus 1 unit, plus it added the ability that you could spawn like a super siege weapon Titan creature. But the Atlanteans, broadly speaking, had better god powers, had better myth units, had a better cost per unit production than their competition. They took the niche of the Greeks and added like the hero mechanic of the Norse, which ended up being way more powerful than either of the other factions. Same with Empire at War, with the Forces of Corruption expansion. You had the Empire, you had the Rebels, and then you had the Consortium. The Empire got like 3 new units. The Rebels got like 3 new units. But the Consortium had counters to every single unit that the Empire and the Rebels had. The Empire and the Rebels didn't really get counters to the Consortium units. So the Consortium, by and large, is more powerful than the Empire or the Rebels. So that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about with like power creep can be a slow progression over time, or it can be, we want to sell this, we're going to make it overpowered. Also, StarCraft Brood War, yeah. There's a little bit of satisfaction in the resource management of gacha characters. Still hate the model though. FOMO's also a pain because it makes your day worse. Yeah. You quit Honkai Star Rail even though I like the characters because once you actually enter battle, there's very little to do. My biggest personal gripe is they keep upping the story and never making it end due to the need for more units and pulls. So they just extend the story over and over. Fate Grand Order does this. Got it. Yeah, because my understanding of games like the Hoyoverse games, like I mostly know Honkai Star Rail because the streamer I watch who plays these games, I don't know if her favorite is Honkai Star Rail. She's mostly played Honkai Star Rail, a little bit of ZZZ, but I haven't watched ZZZ as much. In the Hoyoverse, it's generally you're a group of these characters, and then you go out on this mission where it's content update, content update, content update. Whoa, giant conclusion to this massive content update, and then you just head back to where you were, and then it's content update in a different direction, content update in a different direction. And like every single time they add like, here's 1 character, here's 3 characters, here's 1 character, here's 2 characters, and then you just kind of reset, and then you go, here's 2 characters, here's 2 characters. Like, It's just never ending. Like, this plot line will finish just so this one can start. And then once this one finishes, there's a new one going this direction, right? That's my understanding of these games, which for a living over time game that is a continual stream of revenue is not a bad business model. Creatively, it gets old quick. Well, yeah, Jimbo's just vibing next to me. We have the Jimbo suite. So you say the Dawn of War 40k games. I genuinely don't know how I feel about that, because I picked up Dawn of War for the first time like last year, and I've played it a bunch on my like off stream. And there's Dawn of War, which has 4 factions. It is Space Marines, it is Chaos, it is Eldar, it is Orcs, and then you have Winter Assault, which is, I believe, Imperial Guard, and is it not Drukhari, is it? I think it might be, actually. I think it's Drukhari. And then you have, I know you have Soulstorm over here. Is it, it's the green one. Dark Gauges? Dark Forces? Whatever one introduced Necrons. And I think this one is, oh wait, no, was this Tau? No. So I think Soulstorm was Sisters of Battle and Tau. Forgive me. The Eldar were busted in each add-on. Yeah, so the thing with this one is that this was primarily, let's add more factions, right? And the way they did it, I don't think it was the best way to do it, but it was the best way they could, where it was, we have the base game of Dawn of War. We're going to add an expansion. We're going to add an expansion. We're going to add an expansion. Each expansion, we add new factions. Broadly speaking, like, the Imperial Guard was not more overpowered than the Space Marines or Chaos or Orcs or whatever. The funny thing is, though, the most balanced game, the most balanced expansion is, it's Dark Crusade. Dark Crusade is considered to be Dark Crusade. This is considered to be the most balanced of the expansions, because every single time they add balance updates, they add balance updates, they add balance updates, but they also add new units, add new units, add new units. So it was a situation where they got the best balance in Dark Crusade. Then they added more in Soulstorm. And then people were like, yeah, this is too much. This kind of breaks the balance. Like, they added flying units, for instance. Did I bring up Guilty Gear Strive's Happy Chaos for talking about broken DLC? I don't know about that. I'm so sorry. I never played Guilty Gear Strive. Dragon Ball FighterZ Z made all their new characters stupidly overpowered. I never recovered from Ultra Instinct Goku on release. The first square does move to Act 2, but other than that, yeah, that's Honkai Star Rail. Ugh. Oh, Drukhari was last game? Yeah, so I wasn't sure if Drukhari were there. Oh, so was it Tau was Dark Crusade? Drukhari was here? Who was added in Winter Assault? Was it just Imperial Guard? How much do you charge for RPG game consults? If that is a serious question, bring that up on the Discord, because I would absolutely be willing to do that. Although I suppose I probably should bring it up. People have mentioned, I mean, for months now, but like more recently as well, the idea of like me having a Patreon. Is that something that would interest people? Would you be willing to contribute to a Patreon? And if so, what would you want from it? Hello, Vinley. Winter Assault was just the guard. Huh. Although I will say, I mostly play Soulstorm just because this has all the factions. I mainly play skirmish matches just against myself, against robots, or against AI, because those filthy men of iron shall taste my steel. But most of the people I talk to play mostly Dark Crusade. I play it so I can access all the factions. I don't play Sisters, I don't play Drukhari, but I like having them as enemy options. I do miss the days of playing original Dawn of War where I could spam, because I'm a Chaos player. I've also actually played a lot of Imperial Guard, and I played a bit of Necrons in Dark Crusade, but I don't really play them consistently. I mostly play Chaos or Imperial Guard in Dawn of War, which, funny enough, if I was to, like, I have a Tyranids army, like, or at least half of one. The army I want to make for 40k is a Chaos army, but I also kind of really want to make a Traitor Guard army where I play with Guard rules, but I play them thematically as a Traitor Guard, which would be super cool. That being said, I miss the days of playing Dawn of War Classic, which the days were like a couple months before I swapped to other expansions, where I could just spam Possessed. Because what they did is, part of these balance updates is they made it so you have super special, awesome, like elite units, but you can't spam them. Initially, you could make as many as you wanted, and then you could keep making as many as you wanted. And then they put a limit. You can only make one squad of them. But they're super good. They're super powerful. If you fight them, you're probably going to lose unless you field your own super powerful units and give them fire support. So, like, I miss being able to spam Possessed. Truly. HC is pretty fine now, but when he was added in Season 2, he was a disaster for the game. Had pretty much everything, was very impressed about it all. The planet broke before the guard. Cadia stands, my friend. Oh my gosh, my voice cracked. Cadia stands, my friend. The only weakness he had was not having a reversal, which didn't matter. Also, hi Arrow, I love your videos. Just managed to catch your stream for the first time. Well, welcome on in. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I mostly stream on Twitch at this same time. I stream on Twitch at 1 p.m. or noon EST on Saturdays. I just figured I'd hop on YouTube today, so we'll see how it goes. If I had money, I would. Do you play Dawn of War with mods? I don't mod it, actually. I don't know what mods I would use, because I'm not big on mods, generally speaking. Well, someone just followed me over on Twitch. I forgot I had alerts still on. Arrow's chaos coded? Wait, so question. Do I not give off chaos vibes? Am I not? Actually, no, that's a lie. The Imperium is very murdery. I could see me being Imperium. Okay, question. Or this isn't a question, this is a suggestion. Me? Sexy commissar. Just like the cap, the open cloak, the bolt pistol pointed directly between your eyes, but like in a sexy way. Happy Chaos had a hit scan gun with like 4 or 5 frame startup that could hit the entire stage. Hit scan weapons do not belong in 2D fighters, and I agree with that. I think even extremely fast projectiles, like I remember back when Injustice first came out, the Joker was super oppressive because he had like, I don't know, a 0.75 second wind up gun where he would wind up fire a projectile, and I don't think it was hit scan, I think it was a projectile, but it would take him like 0.75 seconds to fire it, 0.25 seconds to like end lag, like end frames, but it took the person who got knocked down by it, who got shot by it, like 1 second to stand back up. So if you timed it right, you could stand on this side, they would stand on that side, and 0.75, you shoot, 0.25, they stand like 1/3 of the way back up, 0.75, they finally stand back up, and then you shoot them again, and then they're back down. And then it was just an infinite combo that was stupidly easy to pull off. You were a Scarecrow main in Injustice 2? Yeah. I'm the Woka, baby. Why so curious? Imperium can be goth, Orcs can be goth, Chaos can be goth, Drukhari can be goth. Ooh, sexy Commissar. Arrow Fave Guard Regiment. Okay. Krieger overrated. Catechins overrated. Cadians overrated. That being said, do I have a favorite guard regiment? Because like when I play guard in Dawn of War, I just choose the 8th Cadian, not because they're my favorite, but because of the color schemes present. I like them. There's the Mordian Iron Guard. There's the Winter Soldier, like the Volskyan Winter Soldiers. There's the Armageddon Legions, which are pretty cool. Part of what it is, I don't know a lot of guard regiments. Like, I have a good idea of the main ones, of like the famous ones. So I don't know. Like, and obviously when I say overrated, Krieg, Catechin, Cadians, I don't mean these are bad factions. I just mean they get so much, like, they have the Ultramarine problem. Just on a lower scale. My personal opinion, Ultramarines actually are pretty cool. They're Roman themed. They're good at logistics, planning, warfare, not just combat. That being said, the fact that they're everywhere and in everything is so boring. The fact that they are the poster child of the setting and they never can lose is so boring. Krieg, yeah, they have their shovels. Yeah, they have their gas masks. Like, it's a dead horse, stop beating it. Catechins, yeah, they're just Rambo. That's kind of silly. Cadians, they're modern day infantry that are in the 41st century or 41st millennia. Sure, that's cool. I could totally see Arrow, Zeech, Slanesh. Those are the 2 Chaos Gods that I do see myself as most aligned with. And I think it would be funny to be like, I'm not going to pledge myself to either of them. Zeech has to convince me. Slanesh has to seduce me. That is my answer. A sexy commissar implies that all commissars aren't sexy, which is wrong. True. Volstrian, firstborn, that's what I meant. Ultras are the reasonable Marines. I love the Blood Ravens being kleptos. See, that's the thing. The Blood Ravens being kleptomaniacs is entirely an Easter egg in a video game that the devs didn't think would be canon. Because they have stuff in their vault that, at least as far as I'm aware, they have stuff in their vault that cannot be there without raising serious questions about lore, implying that the devs were like, hey, this would be funny. This would be a funny little reference. It's a shame that your options are to choose one Chaos God or Undivided. It needs to have combos of 2 specific pairings. Like, imagine a Nurgle Khorne entity. Like, just a giant tank that will not die and will kill you. You give off Tau Diplomat vibes, in my opinion. You don't seem comically evil enough to be Chaos or as zealous as the Imperium. You have obviously not been to my streams. You've obviously not been around when I say to purge the weak. Yeah, so I don't have a favorite guard regiment, unfortunately. But when it comes to how dare you call me a Tau, first of all? How dare you call me a space commie? Second of all, the Tau, I don't like their aesthetic. I want to play a good gun line, which is naturally why I picked up Tyranids. No. When I think of Gunline in 40k, I think of Tau, which I don't like the aesthetic of. I think of Imperial Guard, which I do like the aesthetic of, but not only is it expensive, they also suck. Like, their gunline is not good. I think of like Eldar, kind of, which I'm not a fan of the Eldar aesthetic. Like, a lot of this comes down to aesthetic. A lot of this comes down to which faction do I like. I like the Tyranids. I like Chaos. I like Orcs. So I want to play those, but none of them have the freaking mechanics that I want. So what I end up playing is Tyranids. I think it's Vanguard Onslaught or whatever. So I play all sneaky, and then I'm just like, The Black Crusade TTRPG has a good thing for semi-multi-godding. Each has it likes, dislikes, and hates with the others. I'd be purging the week right now if it were on Twitch. Exactly. The Tau Ethereals are also pro purging the week. That is very true. I mean, the purging does feel slightly cornate, being equal opportunity killing. That is true. That's the thing. With Khorne, it's like when it comes to the Chaos Gods, Khorne, I respect him. I think he's cool. I like obviously a big thing in my chat. Is survival of the fittest. If you are considered weak, you will be purged, which is very cornate. The issue is it's mindless. And honestly, that's my problem with Vorinclex from Magic the Gathering as well. The green Phyrexian faction, I really like the Phyrexian faction, and I'm a green player, but Vorinclex is just like a big dumb monster. Khorne is just a big dumb berserker. Like, if you are a Khorne worshiper, your brain literally degrades so that you only are focused on bloodshed and combat. Not to mention, if you're like a world eater, you have the butcher's nails. So I would not probably succumb to Khorne, despite the fact I think Khorne is kind of based. Nurgle, I actually agree that the end of all things is to rot and decay, and that as a representation of entropy and like the heat death of the universe, like that is an inevitability that struggling against is pointless. That being said, he smells. And I don't like bugs. And also, I don't like being emotionally manipulated. Which, like, surprisingly, out of the three of these two are my bigger issue. So no Nurgle. Tzeentch. I do like that he's all about change. He's tricky. He deals with hope. But also, like, back to that whole, like, manipulation thing. Like, yeah, all of the gods are going to manipulate you. Tzeentch is going to manipulate you while telling you he is manipulating you to make you think he's not manipulating you, but actually he secretly was manipulating you. Like, he plays, like, 7D chess while also solving the quadratic equation. And I'm over here just like, I thought we were playing checkers. Sir, please. So, like, it's pretty dubious, my feelings on Tzeentch. And then with Slaanesh, I ain't gonna lie, it all seems pretty pog. It is quite literally just pleasure. It is experience. It is sensation. It is rock and roll. It is music. It is emotion. It is connecting with others, all of which I think are pretty pog. The issue is it's also excess. It's also pride and pain. And you may have noticed that I'm not the most excessive person. I like to think I'm not prideful either, but personally, I don't really do drugs. Like I don't really do any illicit substances. I don't even consume alcohol. I'm not super big on music. Like I'll get into moods where I listen to different albums or genres for a while, but like I don't listen to music consistently. As I've demonstrated earlier in stream, I am very much not a hoe. And I'm a little bit say-so, which I don't think Slanesh would want me. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Slanesh would be like, you're not hardcore enough. Which, like, imagine a Chaos God denying you. Urabrask greater than Vorinclex? True. True. I miss the old days of 9th edition AdMech gun lines. I miss the old Castellan Robot. I didn't care about AdMech until I played Mechanicus. I played Mechanicus. That actually completely changed my mind on AdMech, because I have this weird thing where I think ballistics are cooler than lasers. Like combustion is cooler than laser, which is why I prefer the bolter, the heavy bolter, to like plasma guns, even though strictly speaking plasma guns are more effective. So I'm just like, oh, they're weird technophiles. They're cyborgs that have laser guns. That's cool, I guess. And then I played Mechanicus and I was like, actually, this is super cool. Also, Castellan Robot, my beloved. For those of you who don't know, Mechanicus is a 40k tactics game. And you have like upgrade trees you can go down, which is like, this is the melee tree, this is the ranged tree, this is the healer. But also one of them was all about actions. It was so easy to break that game. Just like get action spam on action span. And what I did is one was also about like minions, because like in the game you have your tech priests. These are your characters. And then you could also bring troops with you, which are like disposable, like one-off soldiers. And you had a certain amount of troops you could bring each mission. I initially brought rangers because they had rifles that could shoot people from a distance, which was super valuable. But then I got the Castellan Robot. And the thing about the troops is that normally you can only place them in a certain range of your characters. So it's, if the map is like this, and my guys are like here, and the enemies are over here, then I would have to place it somewhere like here, right? What I did is I had these skill trees. One of them was all about upgrading your troops. So when I did this, one of my upgrades let me place my troops anywhere on the entire field. So what I would do is I would place a Castellan Robot right here. I would flamethrower all of them. I would then place a second one right next to it. I would flamethrower all of them. And then I would use ranged attacks to kill all of them. And then I would have my one melee tech priest just go across the entire map to finish off this guy. Suddenly the map is clear turn 1. And I can spend the rest of like the 2 turns before the next spawn of enemies just getting resources and just getting actions. It was so silly. No, it was awful. But this was all against AI, so I didn't have to feel bad. Slanesh would want you in an I can fix / ruin her way. Slanesh diagnoses you with boring. See, listen. If Slanesh looked at me and said, I can ruin you, I'm going to start blushing. I'm not going to lie. Speaking of high D chess, do you play 5D chess with multi-dimensional time travel? No, I don't actually. I've talked about it before with people who I've played chess with, and I'm just like, I don't have the game. Pride Pog. They railed on my star until they gotcha'd on my honkai. Oh my gosh. Corn also encompasses bravery and honor, which is a cool dichotomy to deal with, as you must try and preserve your honor amongst your bloodlust. That's the thing. Most people don't. I feel like the thing with the Chaos Gods is almost all of them have something good that acts as like a gateway into the bad. So with Corn, the honor acts as a gateway to the bloodlust. That doesn't mean that like his most faithful retain their honor. That just means if you're a follower of Corn, you're probably going to start honorable and then like have a fall from grace into just a killer. If you're a follower of Slanesh, you might be someone who wants to have like pleasure, and then you end up descending into debauchery. How do I spell debauchery? Yeah, you don't do nothing. No alcohol, no ciggies, not even coffee. See, that's the thing. I don't drink coffee. I don't even drink coffee. I drink tea, but Arrow likes the idea of all of that, but I'm too say-so. Exactly. Deep insertion, Castload, nice. I spent all of my points in giving me cognition points, and then I got a weapon that ignores all armor but uses cognition that I would spam AP rounds. Yep. Mechanicus was extremely easy to exploit, and that's why it was so fun. Like, it was fun because you could break the game so easily. You got that as a Steam gift and it actually broke your brain. You're too dumb for normal chess, let alone 5D chess. Regular chess makes my brain hurt. 5D is a no-go. Karn is not honorable, but he's a hell of a guy, that Karn. Debauchery. Arrow tease. No, I'm not teasing anyone. Out of the gutter, you goober. Korn always seemed the most good to me once one of his greater demons attacked him, and instead of being angry due to betrayal, he was angry. Yeah. Because, so what it was, there's a story. Korn is standing here, and he's facing this way. And one of his like minions, one of his like his right-hand man, takes his weapon and smacks Korn in the back with it. Full force, trying to kill him. Korn turns around and says, "Really? Did you just stab me in the back? I'm not angry that you stabbed me. I'm angry that you stabbed me in the back." And then he hit him so hard that he went flying for 8 days and then crash landed and broke his wings, and they never recovered despite the fact he's a demon that regenerates from any wound. Korn hit him so hard, he went flying for 8 days. Some of us definitely wish that was Arrow teases. Listen. I'm not here to make anything NSFW. However, I should just leave it at that. I should not continue that sentence. I should not continue speaking. If I had the money, I would totally get an espresso machine and a fancy burr grinder. An important component is that a Chaos God's demons, also fragments of them. I mean, space is pretty big. 8 days to hit a planet. No, it wasn't in space. It wasn't in space. It was in like the chaos realm of Korn. So instead of assuming like, oh no, it's space where like there's planet here and planet here and planet here, this was just a stretch of land that he just for 8 days. Like, imagine that. I wish the writers did more with the whole dichotomy paradox with Chaos Gods, like Nurgle being the god of decay is also the god of healing and childbirth. Yeah, because, I mean, as much as Nurgle is the god of death, he's also the god of life. He's the god of the cycle of life, really. Didn't he have wings? He did. Korn broke them. it's not the same thing, but in a book I read, there was a guy who tried killing someone and shot an arrow at them from a really long range. The guy who tried to kill was just like, yo, good shot. No, I love it. I love when people who are fighting have respect for each other. I love when there's in the middle of a fight, someone like pays them a compliment, like a genuine compliment. And not the like, huh, you're the strongest I've ever fought. Guess I gotta go into my final form to take you on. I'll give you the honor of dying to my ultimate technique. Like, not self-aggrandizing, literally just like, hey, I've never heard of you before. What's your name? You've thoroughly impressed me. It's just like, oh, my name is Maddie. All right, Maddie. Once I kill you, I'll make sure that your family gets $100 as hazard pay because I respect you. And you're just like, thank you, I think. True, it's a peak trope. And then recruited the guy who tried to kill him into his elite squad. I love that. I love that. I literally just saw a YouTube short of some dude just catching a paintball mid-air. Oh, he didn't kill the guy, he recruited the guy. Yeah. But yeah, so like I'm not gonna make anything NSFW. However, would people be interested in something that's more like, I don't know, like affirmations almost? Because obviously I'm very murdery towards my chatters. But I do very much appreciate my entire community, which if you don't know, the community did vote and they want you, the community voted and you are known as the Arrow Kissers, in case you did not know. So I want to show my appreciation, and I know that's something that a lot of content creators do, primarily VTubers, but like, it's kind of like affirmations or some sort of like, I don't know. I don't want to say ASMR because I'm not really interested in doing ASMR. Like, let me just whisper into the mic really quietly and do a bunch of lip smacks. Like, I don't like that personally. No, don't give me affirmations. I'll cry. I would die if Arrow covered the Stormlight Archives RPG when it drops. I have not read the Stormlight Archives, so it doesn't really interest me. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm not going to buy the Stormlight Archives RPG for myself. Now, I have a great deal of respect for Brandon Sanderson, and I've read like Mistborn, for instance. Like, I've read the first Mistborn book. I have the other two on my nightstand that I want to read. I just haven't had the time. So I would love to review his work purely for the sake of supporting him as an author, because he has done fantastic things, whether it's Wheel of Time or Mistborn or the Cosmere as a whole. I think he has done excellent things and should be supported. I don't have the interest in picking up the Stormlight Archive for me, though. Cute as Mar. Arrow Kisser sounds like a carnival stunt where they catch arrows with their mouth. I'm a big fan of the book, so I backed Kickstarter at the top tier. No, so the Stormlight Archives is... So as far as I'm aware, Mistborn is here. Stormlight Archives is here. They're connected by the Cosmere. Right? The Cosmere contains all of his stories. Also, don't give me affirmations, I'll cry. Like, is that something my chat needs? I mean, honestly, what I could do, and I don't know how I would feel about this, so I would check with chat first. I'd probably make a community post about this. If I was to start like a Patreon or whatever, I could put it behind a paywall, because that's something where I think only people who would be interested in supporting me would be interested in something like affirmations or some sort of like, I mean, it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be flirty because I wouldn't be like hitting on my chat. That feels irresponsible. But I know that it is a common thing in like the VTubing space to have like script reading, role play kind of stuff. And I have a TTRPG channel. Charging for compliments based. Don't give me affirmations, I'll cry. Reminds me of this thing Arrow said about stop doing that or I'll fall in love with you. I don't even remember what I said that in response to. Probably multiple things. It's like a different story on another planet in the same universe. Exactly. Like the Cosmere is Brandon Sanderson's universe. And there are many different stories within it. The Stormlight Archive, which I'm not going to spell out the initials for, is one planet of many. And I believe it's like, he has a specific character that like hops around various settings and like interacts with them to kind of like prove it's all the same universe. And my assumption is he has the end goal of years from now having like an Avengers Endgame style, like, oh no, the evil being I set up at the beginning of Mistborn Book 1 that I never revealed because no one guessed it, like that's gonna destroy the whole multiverse, so you have to have the characters from Mistborn and the Stormlight Archives, and screw it, I'm just gonna get the Wheel of Time involved because no one can stop me. Like, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he did something like that. Hoid/wit, yeah. Truly maximizing profits, like John Capitals. I am not maximizing profits. Like, I don't talk about this too much, but I am not profitable as a channel because I go out of my way to, unfortunately, do what I think is right, not what is financially conscious. So like, I've turned down sponsors that would have paid me money because I was like, that isn't something I want to support. The Stormlight Archives. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, Coyd got it. Honestly, I'd be a patron for NPC sheets for Lancer, etc. Your dragon short helped me prepare for tomorrow's session. Aw. I mean, I would love to like make, like, I don't know, for instance, so, like something I started this channel with. What I started this channel with was strictly poetry. And then I shifted over to D&D encounters, which I have since kind of, I don't know, I've since kind of melded with making a mega dungeon. But what I could do is if I started a Patreon, I could just release like once per week. Here is the details for an encounter in a TTRPG, whether it's D&D or it's Lancer or it's Kane. And then maybe once a month I release a like 2-page adventure. Where obviously I wouldn't have art assets. I wouldn't go super deep into like Statbox or whatever. But the goal being is that I make stuff that I provide to you that's just a drip feed of content that is similar to my main content, but is kind of like extra. None of it is... Because what I want to avoid doing is that if I'm to start Patreon or even like YouTube memberships, I want to reward people who pay me cash money without alienating people who don't, because I believe that whether you give me money or you don't, whether you comment or you don't, whether you share the video with all of your friends or you keep it jealously to yourself, you are no less of a fan for whatever you do. And similarly, I don't think you are more of a fan if you draw fan art, or if you pay money, or if you are on the Discord, or if you watch streams. I don't think that there is a hierarchy of investment. I think if you pay me money, if you make fan art, if you're on streams, I'm more likely to have an interaction with you. I'm more likely to talk with you as a streamer to a viewer, or in a, I don't know, a YouTube membership video that's private for YouTube members. But that doesn't make you better or worse in the eyes of the community. And that's a line that I really want to be careful walking, because I hate the idea of, oh yeah, well, the Lancer content's free, but you wanted Kane content? You have to pay money for that. And I'm like, no. There's no capital hierarchy, only a hierarchy of the fittest. Thank you, you get it, Double. Yeah, this has potential, nothing crazy, just extra little bits. Yeah, the fans are those who use rotating blades to move air. Exactly. To be fair, protecting your brand identity has its long-term benefits. No, that's what it is, right? So I've talked about this before. I had a sponsor. Sponsor reach out and be like, hey, we want to sponsor you. We are an NSFW AI girlfriend app. We will give you money to talk about our app. And I was like, no, thank you. Despite the fact that I really could have used it. I'm not going to lie. Like, I really could have used the money. But that's something that I think, independent of the fact that it doesn't really align with my brand, it's just, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. Release the videos and people can DIY it together for one shot. I can't believe NSFW AI girlfriend apps are just kosher to advertising. They are. They are. That's the crazy thing. Whereas being a patron gives you the full how to make this one shot. That's the thing. I mean, I've mentioned this before on stream, but I haven't mentioned on YouTube yet. I'm going to make this post eventually, but not now. Yeah, so I already mentioned this, but I'm actually going to be taking a step back from content creation going forward because it's not. Did someone just purge the week in Twitch? Wait. Did someone just purge the week in Twitch? I need to see this. Yes, Maddie figured out that because I have my TTS thing on, you can spend redeems on Twitch to still have it function while I'm doing a YouTube stream. That is wild to me. Oh, that's so silly. Yeah, it's wild. Just turn on incognito, go on YouTube, see the nonsense there. It's wild. But yeah, so I don't think I have the bandwidth to make like dedicated one-shots that are both videos as well as like actually in-depth notes about running a one-shot on the back end, unless it's making financial sense, which is an unfortunate reality, but it is a reality. So that could work for like a Patreon thing, but again, I don't want to like be exclusive. And I don't know if it's a, hey, I'll put this on Patreon, but a month later I'll release it for free, right? Yeah. So Mothership is the one I want to talk about. I want to talk about Mothership because I saw a video talking about it and it interested me. Just make sure you don't overwork yourself. I already am overworking myself. I'm not going to lie. Oh, that sounds stressful. I meant more like what you said. Yeah. So it's a simple matter of, I love content creation. And I'm not going to lie, I have had amazing growth with content creation. The issue is that I don't really have the financial backing to have it make sense to continue at this pace, despite the fact that it is growing steadily. Like I started this year with 3,500 subscribers. 5 months into this year, I'm at 7,500. I started this year, I think, with like 300 Twitch followers. I have like 415 now, despite the fact that I stream twice a week as opposed to like 5 times a week or whatever. So I'm getting growth. I'm just not making enough money to justify the time I'm spending on it, which unfortunately means in the future I'll have to pull back, which will then slow my growth, which will then mean that there's less of a chance of making money from it. So unless I start something like a Patreon, then I don't actually think I will be able to continue with content creation at this pace. And even with a Patreon, I'm not expecting to get more than a couple dozen dollars a month, which obviously is very nice, but that's not groceries, let alone rent, which is unfortunate. Good is not nice / dark is not evil, and perspective flip. Give me the chaos from 40k and make them a good pantheon of D&D gods. I wouldn't even say make them a good pantheon. I would just say make them a pantheon. And instead of having, oh, here's your good gods and here's your bad gods, have it be, this is the god of war and killing and blood. But also, this is the god of honor. This is the god of loyalty. This is the god of, you could even have it be like the divine right of kings. If you want to like have it be, instead of just warriors, it's also rulers worship this deity. I think that tends to be more interesting than just, here's the good god, here's the bad god. Why would you worship the bad god? Oh, because I'm evil. Like, I preferred pantheons in TTRPGs or in settings where the evil deity, there is a justifiable reason to worship them. For instance, the Sith in Star Wars. If you are Sith, you're evil. But you're probably a Sith because you wanted power. You're probably a Sith because you want to embrace your emotions and be your own agent. You're probably a Sith because you became disillusioned with the Jedi Order and you're taking whatever means necessary you see as retribution against an unjust order. Those are all situations where, yeah, you're evil, but it's not like you're evil for the sake of being evil, despite the fact that like the Emperor is evil for the sake of being evil. Alignment stupid, changed my mind. Alignment is a holdover from older editions. That is only in 5e and, dare I say, like Pathfinder, because it's a holdover from those older editions. And when I say older editions, I mean like in OD&D, original D&D, you were lawful or chaotic. I don't even, you followed law or chaos. I don't even know if there was neutral. I would have to double check on that. Humans, dwarves, they're lawful. Orcs, elves, they're chaos. And once you added in the 2 axes of lawful evil, chaotic good, suddenly you start getting cosmic alignment. In devils are lawful evil. Fae are chaotic good. And you have a situation where if a devil acts in a way that is not lawful and or evil, a hole will open in the ground beneath it and drag it back to hell. If a fae does not act in a way that is chaotic or good, you will see it disappear in a burst of mist as it's pulled back to the Feywild. Even in like 3.5, your class required you to be specific alignments. If you were a monk, if you were ever non-lawful, you lost access to your monk abilities. If you were a barbarian, if you were non-chaotic, you lost access to your barbarian abilities. That's where the idea of the Paladin's Oath comes from. Now, the Paladin's Oath, alignment, all of these things are flavorful, which can be useful. But it literally was a mechanic central to the game. Once you get monetized on YouTube, it'll probably be a little easier, but I actually don't know how much you'll make from ad revenue. So the thing with YouTube and the thing with monetization on YouTube is it's not about ad revenue. I get ad revenue from Twitch. And frankly, I mostly make shorts. Most of my content is shorts content. I will make very little from ad revenue on YouTube, I imagine. The main thing is like memberships, donations, the ability to contribute. Same way over on Twitch. The main difference being there is a funnel between YouTube audience and Twitch audience. My YouTube audience of people who are regular viewers who appreciate the content, the community, me even, is much larger than the proportion of people on Twitch. Because Twitch, most of my Twitch growth comes from people who are interested enough in YouTube coming over to Twitch. Right? So it's mostly about opening that gate up to others. That being said, I don't expect to make much money. But I want to get to the point where at least I can make money, hopefully before I have to like step back. Like feeling like I need to provide extra content for the Patreon. Yeah, and that's why I haven't opened a Patreon. I feel like I haven't had the interest. Like people haven't been interested in the Patreon, and I don't know what I would provide. I don't want to just solicit money for free. I want to provide a good or service in exchange. Essentially, you need to figure out how to monetize your content so it'll justify the work. That's fair. I mean, yeah, and I'm not shy about it. I put in more than 40 hours a week into content creation. That is a lot, is all of my free time. And I love it, but it's harder and harder to justify as I get better at editing, as I have more ideas with streams, as I want to expand my horizons. It takes up more of my time, and more of my time that is less free, and more of my time where I have to make choices, and I just can't justify it. It's the sad reality. So Ares was the god of abused women. If you're talking like Greek myth Ares, like god of strife, I don't think that's correct. Because Ares, as like Ares, was basically like quote unquote like bad war. Whereas his sister Athena was seen as like good war. No one liked Ares. Which, I mean, maybe if he was the god of abused women, that would make sense, because in Greece, in not just Mycenaean, but like just in antiquity, women generally weren't treated that well, and they weren't very well liked. So I wouldn't be surprised if the god that was like the protector of, or the salvation for a subsection of people who no one liked, if just no one liked that god either. I like alignments in theory, but they also boring in execution. Cain Virtues kind of do something similar, but it's way more interesting gameplay wise. So I assume what you mean is you mean agendas, because in Cain, the virtues are closer to like a 20th level PC being airdropped into a combat. In Kane, your agenda, and this is actually what I was considering making this actually might be my next mainline video, right? This might actually be the next video I make, which is about agendas. It won't be this upcoming Monday because I'm doing bi-weekly videos now in addition to shorts. So instead of every single week, because it was not sustainable to do this every single week, I'm hoping bi-weekly might make it easier, where if it's every other week. And I would do it for this upcoming Monday, but I have other bi-weekly commitments and I want it to be on the off week of that. So this upcoming week I have stuff, then the next week it'll be video, then the next week it won't be a video, then the next week it will be a video. But in agendas, this basically details what do you like, what's your MO? What is a foil to your MO? And how does that impact how you interact with a situation? I mean, the bond system with the virtues from games for... Oh, okay, I got it. I have games for freaks in my... Like, I have it on itch. I just haven't looked into it because I've been so focused on, like, Kane. I've been so focused on getting into Kane. And then once I shifted away from Kane, the focus back on Lancer, I haven't had time to look into it. I want to look into games for freaks. I considered making a video on Magna Gothica Malagast this Sunday, but I ended up going for a different one. Does anyone know what the Wild Sea TTRPG is? As long as money is needed to live, I don't judge people making money because we're all servants of capital. Yeah, I heard shorts are abysmal in money view time. Yeah. Honestly, in view time, I'm getting like 50, 60, 70 hours out of every short because my shorts do well. My core competency is short form video content. But what do you know? That doesn't count for monetization. Barbarian collapsing after using a zebra crossing. Oh no. So why paladins have the reputation of being all the worst parts of Superman? Yeah. Alignment Matters campaign would be, to be honest, an Alignment Matters campaign would be wizard. Like instead of being cut off when you go from true neutral to neutral evil, you instantly shift class. Well, no. So the way that old alignment worked was, I'm a monk. I've spent the last like 10 years learning monk stuff. Uh-oh, I broke a law. My GM's being a jerk and made me neutral instead of lawful neutral. Now all of this stuff doesn't work for me. I still spent the last 10 years doing monk stuff, but because I am no longer my alignment, that is, like I can't access it. I basically lost like the spark within me, like Zuko style. Which this obviously opens up the issue of, oh, you're too powerful? Let me just change your alignment real quick. Which is a really weird thing to say, right? Is a really weird thing to think about. But if your DM doesn't like you, or you upset your DM, or you're too busted and overpowered, your DM can just say your alignment shifts, and then suddenly your class has no actions. Which is kind of wild. Obviously, that's something to only worry about if your GM's being a jerk, which if you're playing with a jerk, you should stop playing with that jerk. But that is a legitimate concern to have. Yeah, so expect a video on the Wild Sea tomorrow. Basically just a introduction to it. Like oh, what is the Wild Sea? Let me give you like a 30-second like pitch. What if I just make a yawn compilation and put that on Patreon? Do you think people would pay for a yawn compilation? Virtues are drop pod super soldiers and probably the only people that won't instantly die against a Cat 7 Sin. They'll survive like 30 seconds instead.
Protective shield! Protective shield!
Y'all are silly. I love how the Sins can give people agendas too. Yeah. And no, so they can't give people agendas. I think they give added objectives to their agenda. Right? So your agenda in Kane is, here is a brief summary of my character's philosophy / psychology. For instance, one is the beast. I can actually... Wait, I can just do this. Please give me about 30 seconds. Wait, real quick. We're gonna see if this goes. We're gonna see if it loads fast enough. Okay. Where are... There they are. There they are. Haha! Okay. We're pogging. We're gonna beat the timer. 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 We beat the timer. Okay, so you might have the beast. So this means you have a normal objective, you have a bolded objective, and you get one of these abilities. Your main objective is, if you follow this objective, you get experience at the end of the mission. Get into a fight. You're the beast, you're the fighter, you're the combatant, you're the aggressor. You want to get into a fight. You get experience every time you end a session where you got into a fight. But you also have a bolded one, which tells you to hold back. So this is, if you hold back despite your natural inclination, despite the fact that you are someone who is naturally hot-blooded, aggressive, violent, you will get extra experience. And then you get one special ability. Like, you get one extra die when inflicting harm or violence against human opponents. So in a game where you're primarily fighting against Sins, that doesn't sound super useful, but what if you're fighting against mercenaries? What if you're in a game where the police are not on your side, or you're fighting an idol who has a cult? Note that this does not affect rogue binders, because exorcists are not considered human. Meanwhile, if I, for instance, were to look at the machine, this one says, put the work before your own needs. That's your basic one. That's one you get every single session whenever you do it. But if you take a break, if you go against your kind of just like, the job before me, I'm gonna complete this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna put my task before my well-being, you get extra experience. And then you have other abilities like, what was it? Right. So you get the special ability as the machine. So like the beast doesn't get this. The machine gets, if your group rests, you can choose to exclude yourself from resting. However, one of its abilities says you can choose to gain +1 die on any roll. If you do this, take a stress each time you've used this ability. You can't use this if you rest. So it's the idea of, you get extra dice at the cost of damaging yourself, and you can't rest. Meanwhile, the probably one of my favorites. And maybe it's just because I look at this and I say, hey, it's just like me for real. The loner. Demonstrate your superior skill. You're kind of edgy. You're kind of by yourself. You do your own thing. But let the mask slip. Your secret objective, your restrained objective, your objective that goes against type. Let someone help you out. Tell them when you need help. And my favorite ability from this, it's nothing. I've talked about this before. I'll talk about it again. You can ignore taking an injury, which is very big. It's huge, actually, by saying it's nothing. You gain a hook. It's nothing. This hook fills up anytime you say it's nothing, as well as the normal ways. Taking this hook again, time passing, rolling a 1. Segments on the hook can't be erased in any way. When the hook fills out, you collapse and suffer instant death, which you cannot ignore. If you end the mission with this hook, you gain a permanent cosmetic scar. Because the idea being, the flavor behind this, you're standing here and suddenly you get hit by a sword that slashes through your chest and would maim your arm. But you say it's nothing because you refuse to allow others to see you as weak. So now you have a ticking clock. Anytime someone asks you like, hey, what's wrong? And you say it's nothing, you get a slash. Anytime you use this power again, it's nothing. You get another slash. If time passes, you get another slash. You weren't fine. It wasn't nothing. You die. Because you tried to hide the fact that you needed help, despite the fact you were completely and utterly unable to survive. Yeah, the I'm fine one. The 'tis but a flesh wound. From a thematic perspective, I love it so much. There are some other interesting ones. Like this one. Like, let me grab the Guardian. So like, protect your people, leave nobody behind. It's all about like protecting others, giving them like damage reduction, protecting them. But by choosing this agenda, you don't get pay or experience for the dead. Because in Kane, if you recover a dead body of one of your fellow exorcists, you get 1 extra script and 1 extra experience. Script is spent on equipment, experience is spent on abilities. You're the Guardian. You don't want anyone to die. You want to protect people even at the cost of your own life. You don't get rewards if someone dies, which is a straight up negative. But it's thematic. And what's another good one? Oh yeah, this is yeah, like there's another one like Demon, which is all about money and script and payment. So like, enrich yourself, give something valuable away, and you can spend script as kit points. You can save money to then get a bonus on a mission that no one else can get. Because you're rich, because you're so focused on money, because you're so materially oriented and you want to enrich yourself, you can use your money that you've used to enrich yourself for mechanical benefit. So like, agendas sometimes give good secondary benefits. Some of them give bad secondary benefits. And it's all just thematic. It's all just whatever makes sense theming wise. Well, so not money as HP, money as a gear. Money as, oh, I need a flashlight. I spend a kit point to get a flashlight. The demon can spend money to get a flashlight instead of spending a kit point. I remember on my first Kane session, I came up completely unscathed while my other party members got killed and cannibalized agenda points, and a fourth one almost died. Oh my gosh. Is the mega rich lightbending guy from Disco Elysium? No, he's a toad. Also, the fact that in Disco Elysium, the mega rich lightbending guy, Kim says, no, the detective is just in one of his spirals again. I can see him fine. Is so funny to me. Okay, I have a bunch of questions that I have not answered. Let us speed run through some of these questions, okay? Let us hop back here so I don't feel compelled to write them. I'm going to focus on answering questions. Have I ever seen Henshin transformation incorporated into a TTRPG well before? I'm unfamiliar with what that is. I'm very sorry. Have I played Vampire the Masquerade? I have. What is my favorite clan? What is my favorite clan? I don't know. What is the clan that I think I would be? I mean, a favorite clan, I would say probably Malkavian. And also I've been called I would be a Malkavian before by my chat. I don't disagree. Because obfuscate is my favorite discipline. Demontation, which used to be its own discipline, but now kind of got rolled into dominate, is a very fun power that I think is really cool. And the idea of being like the shattered mirror that can see the future, but can't really see the present is super interesting to me. I'm not a fan of, I think that the term was like fish thrower Malkavian, which is just like, I'm weird, I'm wacky, I'm the Joker, baby. But like the tragedy of someone who is hyper competent but completely disconnected from reality is really interesting to me. Zemitzi, I'm actually in talks with my roommate. I run a Werewolf the Apocalypse one-on-one game for my roommate, and we've been talking about getting them to run a vampire game for me because I've only ever played a single one-shot of vampire. I ran a Chronicle for my friends like a couple of years ago, but I haven't got a chance to play. So I would play as a Zemitzi, and the Zemitzi character I want to play as is basically, they're a cleaver, which is their feeding style. So they have a herd of like people who trust them, and they gaslight and manipulate them into feeding off of them. And the idea being is that this is like someone who has a cadre of servants, and their servants will be perfect. Right? So it's the idea of this kindred, this Zemitzi is perfect. Because of course they are. They're Zemitzi. What else is a Zemitzi other than perfection? And therefore, their servants must also be perfect. So they will craft and sculpt and abuse their servants into becoming the perfect servants. And they will also exclusively feed off of their servants because they don't want their blood tainted by a lack of perfection. And their end goal is to reach Galconda, the state of being able to walk out in the daylight as a kindred, because they believe that is the end goal, the end state of perfection. So they're very Slanesh coded, right? There's someone who is obsessed with the idea of they are perfect, everything around them must be perfect, they must demonstrate their perfection. And because it would be a one-on-one game, the goal is that they'd be like an information broker. They would be someone who both the Camarilla and the Sabbat and the Anarchs and werewolves and supernatural creatures all come to them for information, and they're just a middleman for everyone. So Malkavian is what I played in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, and I had a great time with that. Also, just the discipline spread is good. Although the one I want to play most right now is a Zemitzi. So like in terms of favorite clan, I like a lot of the clans. I like the idea of a Bruja who's more of a philosopher, who is your philosopher king, your like they're a college grad who was like a philosophy major and a philosophy major, an economics minor. They know how the world works. They know that late stage capitalism is eating itself alive. So they are going to enact change on that kind of intellectual level instead of just being, I'm big, dumb, and I punch good. Nosferatu are so interesting. Like the fact that they're like the eyes of the Camarilla, despite also being its lowest ranking rung. Honestly, Caitiff and Thin Bloods need more love. Ventru, I think, are super interesting from a like lore perspective, from a thematic perspective, less so from a mechanical perspective. I think that they oftentimes are kind of boring, but I think in a like, oh, businesses are modern day nobility. So naturally, the kings of the kindred gravitated to become CEOs. I think that's really interesting. Harry has Grace. Harry has Grace. Kim doesn't. Oh my gosh. Kim must have insane net worth. Arrow has a split personality, Malkavian, one hyper competent, the other complete goober. Izamitsi's my favorite clan. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Gourmand, Flesh and Bone are but clay to Zamitsi. Exactly. My Zamitsi character is a very old Wallachian noble who inherited a very old war ghoul, which he hides in his castle and is a dog hunter. I think that's the term for werewolf. Oh, what I really want to experiment with is someone, a kindred who's a part of the circulatory system. Okay, I said I wasn't going to do this. I'm a liar. I'm so sorry. The circulatory system, the circulatory system in the world of darkness is basically a network of global human traffickers who specialize in getting special blood types from point A to point B. So if I, as a kindred, exclusively drink people's blood who are blonde-haired, blue-eyed Norwegians with O negative blood, which is a very hyper-specific request. The circulatory system will basically like use their network of human trafficking to get someone that fits that description to New York, Los Angeles, Paris, Hong Kong, wherever the request comes from. In the Vampire Sourcebook, it says a werewolf has enough blood, because werewolf blood is extremely potent. Each dot of blood you slake from a werewolf actually recovers 2 for a kindred. And a werewolf has enough blood for 2 kindred. So basically, you get double the blood from a werewolf that you would from a normal person. So imagine a kindred who is a member of the circulatory system that specializes in hunting, capturing, and selling werewolves because their blood is so prized. That's a character I think would be really interesting. Ventru become unable to feed on poor people after a while, don't they? So the thing with Ventru is they have a bane in their clan where they have a very hyper-specific feeding type. They will have a feeding type which is, I can only feed off of people who know who I am. I can only feed off of people who are recovering alcoholics. I can only feed off of people whose net worth is in the 7 digits. Like, it's weird esoteric things related to the psychology and genetics of the person who becomes a Ventru. So it's not just poor people you can't feed off of. It might be, I can't feed off of anyone who has, like, I can only feed off of virgins. That's a really weird, hyper-specific feeding type that you would then have to do research off of people you want to feed off of. Are there kindred allergic to certain blood types? Oh, sorry, I can't have B-. It gives me hives. No. But there, I mean, that is kind of, I mean, that's what the Ventrue is, right? You can also have a non-Ventrue that has a Ventrue style feeding restriction. So it can be like, oh, I'm a Malkavian or I'm a Nosferatu, but, you know, I can only feed off of people whose blood type is positive. A positive, B positive, doesn't matter, but I can't have A negative. I can't have O negative. Like, ooh, it just comes right out of me, you know? If a Ventrue is stuck feeding on blondes and one dyes hair, what would happen is that the Ventrue would see a blonde person, say, oh, great, let me feed off of you, feed off of them, and then throw it up and lose the blood that they just took. Or rather, what they probably would do, they would bite into the person, start drinking their blood, and like spit it out. And be like, ugh, you're not blonde? Werewolf blood gives you some crazy like points of potence and celerity depending on how pure it is, but increases your risk of frenzy. You played a Nosferatu who was part of the circulatory system. He was a quack doctor in a loveless marriage who was attracted to his protege, who then had an affair with his wife. That's wild. Okay, so this is a quick interlude. I want to get through some of these questions because I had a bunch of people with questions. Positive blood makes for a positive outlook. Question. My question for you, do any of you have, like, do any of you know, like, blood type philosophy? Because, like, from my understanding, like, in East Asia, primarily Japan, blood type is treated basically like horoscope. Like, oh, I'm an A positive and you're a B negative. We can't be together. We're opposite blood types. So, like, if anyone has any information on that, I'm curious what they mean. Anyway, tips for a more long-running campaign for Kane. All my ideas have just been like one-off sins and stuff with no idea how to tie them all together. So my idea for if I was to run a game of Kane that was long-running, but this is also just because I think Under Heaven is cool. You can replace Under Heaven with the Illuminati, with a shady government organization, with whatever. But anyway, mission 1, like case 1, they go off to deal with like a Cat 1 sin. And there are, what's it called? Drifters. Right? Drifters in Kane are basically, they're weaker than a sin. They don't have a palace. They don't have special abilities, or they do have special abilities, but they don't have like pressure and like influence the area around them. The way sins work in Kane is that there's a psychic sea. The real world is up here. The psychic sea is your reflection there. So sometimes a creature that lives in the psychic sea will pop over into the real world because a sin is present, and then a couple hours later, it will pop back over. They drift in and out of reality. So it's never a big deal, but they might kill a person. You should probably stop that. So I would have it be like a Cat 1, like Hound or Idol or Ogre. I would have it be a fairly low stakes, but still dangerous sin. You're dealing with drifters. You acclimate the party to what it is. And then suddenly all of the exorcists are Cat 2. Send them in to a new mission. It's a Cat 2 sin. There are a couple more drifters. But now it's like, oh, if this was an ogre, if this Cat 1 was an ogre and there were some harvesters, which is a type of drifter, The harvesters aren't related to the ogre. The ogre had its own issues that was like neatly sealed up by itself. Cat 2, suddenly this idol, the cult is exceedingly well armed. They're actually have local law enforcement entirely in their pocket. Now, this might be because one of the domains, but also, why do they have a private military company working with them? Then also there's more drifters. And then you have, I believe after your second mission, you turn Cat 3. Now, you fight like a Cat 3 sin, which is even more dangerous. And there's more drifters, and there might even be a Titan or a Goliath drifter that can accidentally step on you and kill you. There's PMC, and now there's Illuminati. Now, there are explicitly humans that are not a part of the sin that are working with the sin and helping it. And then after that mission, I would continue this process of growing Sin Cat over time. Because fundamentally, Cain is a monster of the week style game. You want it to be, we fight an ogre, then we fight a hound, then we fight an idol, then we fight a toad, then we fight another different ogre that has different abilities, then we fight a lord. And you keep growing and growing and growing until eventually, when the party is like Cat 5, at the very end, they fight a Cat 5 centipede. And as they're dealing with this Cat 5 centipede, Under Heaven shows up. So now the party has to choose, are we dealing with this centipede or are we dealing with Under Heaven? And over time, I would give hints that there are other binders involved. There are people purposely pushing psychically inclined individuals over the edge to form sins. There is a greater plan at play, and now the exorcists have to choose, do we stop the sin? Do we stop Under Heaven? Under Heaven is causing these sins. But if we don't stop this centipede is going to destroy all of downtown Chicago. It's going to destroy all of Old Town London. Like, wherever we're located, there is a major metropolitan area where a centipede, the most dangerous on a large scale sin, at Cat 5, is located. Also, you have to deal with the mastermind behind it. Have fun. That's what I would do, personally. That sounds interesting. Yeah, so that's my idea. That's what I would do for a long-running Cain game. So it's, you start with like a Cat 1 ogre, and then you go to a Cat 2 toad, but there's a PMC that's independent from its paid military goons, and then there's a cult that has the Illuminati working with it, and like more and more and more until eventually there's no more drifters, there's no more PMC, there's no more Illuminati. It is you, a stupidly powerful sin, and rogue binders that are tracking you down to kill you. That's how I would do a long-running Cain game. And how I personally would want to run a Cain game is I would run a group at Cat 1, and they fight a Cat 1 sin. And then, independent of this, I would take that same group of players and run a different Cat 1 game with Cat 1 characters. And then I would probably do this a third time as well. And then I would say, out of all of these, choose which character you liked the most. all of your characters are going to be put together on a team as you advance to Cat 2. So maybe if it's a group of 4 people, one person likes this first group, 2 people like the second group, and 1 person likes the third group. Suddenly, you have all players who have faced an ogre, a toad, and a lord. And then what I would do is that now all these players have some missions under their belt from different characters. They have a group of characters who are now facing a Cat 2 idol, for instance, right? But 2 of them have worked together, 1 and 2 haven't, but they all have their own unique experiences that they can share. And the party will probably be balanced because assuming, I don't know, maybe this player wanted to choose their character from this game, but this character died. And this player wanted to choose their character from this game, but they were mangled and like had a sin overflow. So suddenly you have the best of the best of this nested flowchart of characters. And then now this is the group you run with. So if any of you die, you don't get to make a new character. Now you're down to 3, and then you're down to 2, and then it's just you 2 against like a Cat 4. That's how I would run it. In my Cane table, we're dealing with a multi-sin event with new sins popping all over the place, sometimes simultaneously, making us have to either split or pick and choose which ones we prioritize. Yeah. Funny enough, I just wrote a Cat 2 ogre. I could easily downscale to a Cat 1. Yeah, you were showing that on the Discord. Idol's probably my favorite sin to have as a recurring villain. So the thing with recurring sins is Cane, in its design, is not designed for recurring villains. Why? Because if you kill the sin, it's dead. If you let the sin dematerialize, it's gone. If you don't kill the sin, Cane will orbitally bombard whatever the local area is to exterminate everything in the radius, independent of whether the sin wants to escape or not. So the sin is probably going to die no matter what. However, you could absolutely make it work. What I think, though, and what I really want to do is, if I'm going to run Cane, I want to introduce the mechanic of a metamorphosis. Morphosis. And this can manifest in one of, I would say, probably 3 different ways. These are just abnormal sins. The first is a collection of people forming a singular sin. This would be, someone asked me in a YouTube stream, or in a stream a while ago, like, hey, imagine if a boss was bullying their workers and then the workers collectively formed an ogre because they were so beaten and downtrodden. And I was like, that doesn't really work, but I think that is really cool. So it would be a single sin where the traumas are spread out throughout the group. You have different people all contributing different aspects. The domains and the traumas and the afflictions all relate to different people within that group that formed it. Another form of metamorphosis would be multiple sins in the same investigation. So this could either be a single palace holding 2 sins, or it could be 2 palaces right next to each other. And this, oh my gosh, and this could either be 2 people with 2 sins or 1 person with 2 sins. And then this would be always 2 people with 2 sins. So these, like, an ogre is fighting a lord. And then this would be an ogre is sharing the same space as a lord. And this one, actually, there is precedent in the book. It gives you rules for what happens if there are two sins in the same investigation. It gives you rules how to handle both sins. It actually explains like, hey, maybe you have two sins in the same investigation. I think it's half their health and give the party more experience. But other than that, it's basically run them as they were. And then like aesthetically, if you have a ogre and a lord in the same palace, it might be a desiccated, degrading, falling apart town hall that is crumbling under its own weight, that is simultaneously inhabited by people who speak of it that they're living in the golden age of this town. So you have this double thing where shamblers stumble around next to brainwashed, mind-controlled civilians who are living their life in paradise. And then in the situation where there's two separate sins, I would have it be that you see the Idols cult and the Toads private military company fighting each other in the streets, gang warfare style. And then the third option, which I'm most excited about, is the namesake of the metamorphosis, where you're fighting one sin. You're fighting an idol, and the weight of it crushes the idol, and it cracks, and it fractures, and it shatters, and from its carcass, an ogre forms. Or a toad realizes that material wealth is not what it's going for. It is when the sin host psychologically shifts and recognizes what I thought would solve my problems, what I thought would respond to my traumas is not what I wanted. I want something else. I don't want money, material, wealth. I want desire, to be loved, people. So suddenly you have a toad that just kind of falls flat on its stomach and beautiful arms tear out from its back and a beautiful idol emerges from its place. Suddenly, the PMC that was all under the employ of the toad instantly get mind controlled into his cult. If you have an ogre who the host was depressed, beaten, down in the dumps, like in a spiral, and they realize, no, I don't want to beat myself up. I want to beat up the people who did this to me. I want to kill the people who made me want to take my own life. Suddenly, you have an ogre that's facing you, and from its mouth, a hound tears open the ogre's skull and reveals itself, and the miasma fades. The shamblers all dissipate, and you're facing a hound when you thought you were going to fight an ogre. That's what really excites me. That's such a good concept. Thank you. The way the palaces look with two sins opens up so much room for creativity. Yeah, exactly. And what I would do is I would say, like, going into the mission, it's like, hey, our sensors indicate a Cat 3 ogre. But for whatever reason, we're getting spikes of aggression. Or like for whatever reason, the readings are off. We're worried this might be a metamorphosis. Stay careful. So like imagine the situation. There's the miasma surrounding the palace. You locate the palace. You enter the palace. You fight the ogre. It reveals it's not an ogre. Hiding in the bowels of the bloated corpse that was this ogre's flesh was actually a centipede. And now it's not that this miasma is causing everyone to be depressed. It's not that shamblers are stumbling around, slamming and tearing through anything they walk into. These are zombies that are biting and infecting. And the metamorphosis is a viral contagion and pathogen that is infecting and degrading everything around it. You don't have centipede anti-venom because you weren't prepared for a centipede. Good luck. And like, that's the sort of thing I want to be able to throw. But that's only something you can do once your players have fought every sin at least once, probably twice. I can't wait for Halloween to see if there's any new games for freaks. I want to see Kane expansion so much. Yeah. Like, 2 people are being treated badly by the same boss. One form is an ogre because they think they deserve it. Another form is a hound because they want to kill the boss. Yes, that is exactly what this like middle section was that I was talking about. Okay, real quick. It's been 3 hours. I'm going to step away for just a moment. And also, I had a bagel for breakfast, and that's it. And I'm hungry, so I need food. I'm gonna step away for like 5-ish minutes. Yes, artificial sins. I didn't get a chance to talk about those, but I will be back. Wait a second. Are you losers in Twitch chat communicating to YouTube? You little sneaks. Here I was gonna apologize for running off. Apparently, I don't need to apologize for anything. Though I'm gonna drink some water. Okay, that's a lie. I'm absolutely gonna apologize. I'm so sorry. I had to run off. I was like, yeah, I'm kind of hungry, but I'm fine. I'll be fine. And then I started like shaking, and I was like, oh, that's no good. No, I did not know I left this scene on Twitch chat. You gave me pretzels? Thank you. I should just have some pretzels because I'm predictable. Although it was mostly a matter of convenience, as we have a couple like honey pretzels, like honey mustard pretzels or whatever, and my roommate actually doesn't like them. So fine. You want to make some soft pretzels? I mean, okay, I'm a hard pretzel fan, as I've mentioned, but also I do enjoy me some soft pretzels. So I'm not going to say no to soft pretzels. You have baking stuff. So when you say, I actually don't know how to make soft pretzels from scratch. I wouldn't know. So if you want to share in chat, by all means. I am going to go back to the questions because there's a massive list. What was my first non-D&D TTRPG? How do I feel about it today? My first TTRPG was D&D 3.5. And then I played D&D 5. Strictly speaking, my first non-D&D TTRPG was a homebrew grafted together series of systems that I made with my friend, and we just kind of like ran with it because this was around the time D&D 5e was coming out, and we were both interested, but neither of us had the books or anything. So I had played 5e when it first came out, or around the time it came out. Maybe I played 4e. Because my father ran for my sibling and me one time a D&D game that I thought was 5th. I think it's 5th. It may have been like really late 4th. But we cobbled together our own version of 5e. And honestly, I still have the notes on it. I still have like the systems I wrote up to be like, oh, well, I mean, I was so much younger, so I was just like, oh, well, I can do a better system than 5e. Like, wow, the paladin class is stupid. That should just be a combination of a cleric and a fighter, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I think that a paladin is basically just a fighter with some cleric magic, but I don't know. It definitely came from a place of, we don't have the book, so let's just do it ourselves. And it was exactly what you would expect it to be. It was not super balanced. It was, honestly, it keeps a lot of the same ethos that I've had even to today. It reduced the amount of dark vision a lot of Ancestry's got. It had a class system where it was more modular. Like, I think it was raw and unrefined, but it fundamentally, like, if I was to make a system today that was like D&D-esque but not D&D, I would probably use like 60% of that and like just adapt it and refine it and make it better and more streamlined and less janky. All right, enjoy your game. You need a basic solution to get the proper Maliad reaction. I like paladins in 4e because they didn't have vows, but they were the embodiment of virtues. Okay, so have I read the All Guardsmen Party fanfic campaign logs of Only Warned to Dark Heresy? So, no. I watched Adeptus Ridiculous read through part of it, or talk about it. So I know about it, and that's actually what gave me inspiration for that Cain idea I was talking about. That's what gave me inspiration for the idea of a series of Cain investigations where your characters are not expected to survive. And then after you play a series of exorcists, you choose which one you want to play as. Because it's the idea to like drive home of like, this is not a game where you should be attached to your character. This is a game where you should enjoy your character. You should vibe with your character, but they are going to die at some point. What is accessible in terms of TTRPG conversation, existing systems, hypotheticals? I'm not sure what specifically that's referencing, but generally speaking, when it comes to talking TTRPGs, I talk about anything that catches my interest. Generally speaking, a solo TTRPG doesn't capture my interest. Because why would I play a solo TTRPG when I could write? When I could play a video game? When I could watch or edit or do anything with like videos? So I'm fine with people talking about solo TTRPGs. I'm just personally not going to engage with them. Although if you're talking about like what's acceptable in a TTRPG conversation when you're playing one, that would just be dependent on your group. Have I seen Flashgit's Space King series? I haven't. I'm not sure what that is. So I'm assuming that's 40k related. If you're going to add a custom sin or other creature from the psychic seed of Cain, what would be its central conceit? I've thought about this. And so with the Cain sins, they each have their like primary emotion. You have indulgence, despair, desire, loss or fear for the Lord, hatred, and vengeance. I feel like of all of those, like envy is a little bit idol coded, but not really. I feel like there isn't a sin that would really encapture the idea of I don't know, I've put some thought to it, but like a lot of the sins incorporate multiple aspects, even though it's clear that those aren't aspects that would be their central conceit. So like, for instance, if I said a sin of order and hierarchy and authority, you could make the very reasonable argument that that would be an idol. Because the idol has a cult that is hierarchical, that it is above and they're below. But I think a hierarchy, a very organizational, like a sin that is about, oh, I want to be the top. I want to be at the very top of the ladder. I want to kick the people beneath me. I want to get to the point where I can gaze upon my kingdom. And it's not that it's perfect. It's not that it is like I'm beloved. It is that I won. So basically a fusion of like a lord and an idol with the twist of like, it's not desire. I want to be desired. It is, I want to win. Like competitiveness, hierarchy, authority. So this would be something that would affect corporate CEOs, middle managers. It would affect like enlisted in the army who didn't make it to be an officer. It would be anyone wants a position of authority over others. They want to lord their position over other people, which I think kind of gets snugly fit between the idol and the lord. The grind set, exactly. And honestly, that even kind of touches base with the toad, because the toad has like PMCs. It has people that it can pay that will follow it. Although I do think a sin of something like compassion, a sin of love, of one of those sort of, it sounds nice emotions that if you do it too much, you will get stepped on. So the idea of, I want everyone to just get along with each other. I want everyone to enjoy life and be hand in hand and enjoy the things that we can all do together. And then what that manifests in is that everyone loses their free will. Because it's the idea of, I want everyone to just get along. And the only way for that to happen is for there to be no individuality. Like, those are the sort of things I would think of if I was to come up with my own sin. I think in Games for Freaks, the Volume 1, there is a new sin. I just don't know what it is. Blah, blah, blah. What? And if I was to add something that wasn't a sin, if I was to add a different creature from the Psychic Sea, I would want to add in a drifter. Like one of those things that comes in and out of reality, one of those things that isn't a fully developed sin, but is not of our reality. And I would have it be something interpersonal. I would want a drifter sin that, independent of whatever sin you're tracking down, I would want the drifter to infect and alter and influence the mind of one or more individuals, with the idea being that it would be the perfect red herring. Because if I'm dealing with an idol and this person is acting really shifty, I assume they're part of the idol's cult. So I'm going to pursue this person and their organization. Turns out they're just like one of two people that have had their minds consumed by like an illithid mind flayer. And it then tries to mind control one of the party members, like one of the exorcists. Suddenly, it is an interesting, but still meaningful and worthwhile side adventure in the investigation. That's what I think of when I think of like a separate thing from the Psychic Sea. Cain, but it's the heavenly virtues. Yeah. No new sins, only virtues. I mean, that would also be really fun. Like, imagine and what I said about getting like stepped on before, getting like walked all over. The sin of patience. It is the moral intern from Disco Elysium. It is, no. Don't affect change. Things will work out. Just endure. And then patience would probably be like a stasis field. Patience would probably slow everything down. It would prevent progress. It would prevent ambition. It would prevent desire. Honestly, like, I think it would be really fun to go through and make a series of quote unquote like heavenly sins, which wouldn't necessarily be based off of like the 7 virtues, because the sins of Cain are not based off the 7 deadly sins 1-to-1. But I do think it would be interesting to have more like positive associations with these sins, but nevertheless they are dangerous and they must be eliminated. If any of them, what kind of vibe would you say that City of Mist caters to? City of Mist caters to superhero, noir detective, and mythological references. So if any of those 3 interest you, City of Mist works for you. I would say at its core, City of Mist is a noir detective game where the characters have superpowers. Like, that's the simplest description of it. But deeper, generally, you have mythoses, which are associated with mythology. So if you're someone who loves Greek mythology, if you're someone who is super knowledgeable on ancient Japanese yokai, if you're someone who is super interested in like indigenous people, like the folklore of indigenous people in the North America, or like in the Plains people, for instance, that is something you can implement into the game and is not only interesting, it is integral to the game. So that by itself, I think would be a massive draw for a lot of people. But it also has like superpowers you can do. You can summon lightning. You can phase through walls. You can walk super fast. You can create psychic barriers, all based off of what your mythos is. And then kind of like one step deeper below that, I think it's kind of like the Vampire the Masquerade style of balancing natural with supernatural. A core component of City of Mist is trying to balance your logos with your mythos, your real life with your mythological life, your human self with your mythological self. It is the idea of I'm an elementary school teacher who does karate 3 times a week, both for me and for my kid, right? But I also have the spirit of Heracles living within me, and that not only gives me super strength, it also gives me unbreakable will. How do I combine the fact that I'm a elementary school teacher who does karate with my kid with the fact that I am retelling the story of Heracles, and in order to like spend time with my child, I have to ignore the labors of Heracles. But in order to get stronger as Heracles, I have to take time off of my job, which teachers don't get a lot of time off. Like, you have that balance that you have to walk, which is super interesting if you lean into it. If any one mech from Lancer were to be sins from Cain, which would it be and for which sin? Definitely a Horus mech. If any of the mechs from Lancer were to be sins from Cain, which one would be and for which sin or sins? It would definitely be a Horus mech. For sure. No question about it. I think, honestly, it might be like the Baelor. Like the Baelor being I get Baelor and Hound. Because I feel like mechs are so easily destructive. They're so violent. They're not really catastrophic on a area scale. Even like the Manticore, which can castigate the enemies of the Godhead, can't, outside of its one explosion. I suppose I think it's the Iskender from Harrison Armory that has a AoE like bomb. But that's not really the same as like a centipede. So I think Hound is probably the best sin because it's violence oriented. And then, yeah, like the Baelor, which just consumes, it eats, it grows, it does not die, it's tanky. Yeah. What sin would be most likely to end up hoist by its own petard by using a fire explosive attack on someone with explosives? That's too close. Definitely Hound. Hound is the least sentient of all of the sins. Hound is the most animalistic. It is the least conversational. It is the least intelligent. It is, if it sees its target, it will go after its target. If you are an morally dubious exorcist, you could take someone who is on a Hound's list, strap explosives to them, tie them up, put them in like a barrel of oil, and then point the Hound its way. The Hound will sprint towards it to kill them, explode, and get like super destroyed by a very easy trap at the cost of the target's life. Hound, very simple in that. Favorite Lancer KTB house? I'm not super familiar on the KTB houses. I know that there are different, there's like one Republic house, right? Isn't it like the House of Water is like a Republic, is like a Republican house, while the others are either like aristocratic or, because like there's the House of Dust, there's the House of Water, I think it's the House of Kings. Oh gosh, I watched the Zactac video on them a while ago. I just can't remember specifics about most of them. Whichever one does the least amount of class disparity, which I think is like isn't House of Dust the one that's like weapons testing. They're super like cutting edge weaponry because they like blew up their planet. Hear me out. Enkidu Centipede. I'm not familiar enough with the Enkidu, but I could see it. Let me look that up. Lancer. Enkidu. I keep hearing about the Enkidu. Yeah. I keep hearing about the Enkidu. I have no idea what it is. Like, is Enkidu a NHP? Virtue is an optional system, but on the heavenly virtues. Virtues are Kane's last resort weapons, cycled and trained in dream space. Idolized yet feared, they wield immense influence despite no official power. Yeah. Black coats are elite Kane exorcists, rare survivors of horror. Cat 6+ operatives, legendary for their power, feared and respected across history. Yeah, so that makes sense as like NPCs because in Kane, you can't exceed Cat 5. And I think it's implied you become a virtue. You get cryo-frozen. You are no longer yourself. You are no longer a player character if you were to exceed Cat 5. And there's also been no Cat 7 sins. The only reason Cat 7 is listed is because there are certain abilities that give you a power as if you were 2 Cat higher. So Cat 7 is the highest power level you can reach as a player character. That's in the book, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. That checks out. How do I feel about getting asked about my pronouns? I always feel incredibly awkward because I don't really know. I'm not gonna lie. I just kind of say like anything's fine. But gender has never been something that I've been super confident on. For the longest time, like I've realized very quickly that I was queer. But I never really understood gender stuff. And I really only started exploring that like once I hit like uni. So when I get asked, I always kind of get like a little bit of a flashbang because I'm like, I don't know what to say. I just kind of go with anything. And for a while I did try like she, her. I did try she, they. I'm AMAB, so I went he, him for a long time. And I don't really care at this point. I'm fine with most anything. He, she, they, it, Z, them, whatever. As long as it's clear you're talking about me, and that's about it. Even people who are like, you're a man. And I'm just like, okay. Like, you're saying that to make me feel bad, but I don't care about you or your opinion, so you're not making me feel bad. Like, you overestimate your importance, not just in the world, but also in my life. Like, so even if someone's like trying to misgender me on purpose to be mean, like, I don't care. So like for a while, I had some apprehension about more masculine gendering, mostly because I was trying to present more femme. But at this point, I'm just like, actually, I don't have much of an issue with being masculine coded, and I find it kind of funny. So yeah, like, I'm just kind of, I'm not super confident on it, so I always like hesitate a little bit, but at this point, I'm really of the mind of like, I'm fine with anything. What made you choose VTubing for D&D Tube? So the reason I am a content creator is because I've wanted to be a content creator since like 2010, early YouTube, like late 2000s. I've wanted to be a YouTuber for years and years and years. Years and years and years. But I never did because I was like, oh, I don't know how to edit. I don't know how to record. I don't have streaming software, blah, 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 blah. Excuses. And also just, I didn't have experience. I ended up hyperfixating on VTubers a year and a half, 2 years ago. So I started hyperfixating on VTubers. I'm like, wow, it's pretty cool. Also, let me look into VTubing. I looked into it. I figured out VTubing, and it was actually really simple. This is the same model that I made. This is my first model that I made 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. Obviously, different hair, different outfit, blah, blah, blah. But like the base model, I didn't really change that much. I just went with it and it was pretty simple. So it still has a little bit of jank to it, but I don't really mind. And it helps me express myself in a way that keeps me anonymous as best I can. It helps preserve my privacy. Initially, I was thinking of being like the D&D, like a D&D VTuber, a VTuber who does D&D content. Now I'm more of a D&D tuber who is a VTuber. I consider myself more a member of the TTRPG community than I do the VTuber community. Though, I'm not gonna lie, it does feel a little bit like I'm out of both worlds, because TTRPG people see me as a VTuber and VTubing people see me as a TTRPG like YouTuber, because I consider myself a YouTuber more than a streamer. I consider myself a TTRPG tuber more than a VTuber. So, I don't know, it's weird. It definitely differentiates me though. I am one of the few VTubers of any sizable growth, I will say, because like there are many VTubers, many of whom I'm sure are great and fantastic, who do D&D content, but it never really takes off because that's not their primary niche. I niched down immediately. First into D&D, then I tried doing writing advice with that, and then I kind of went more the TTRPG angle. And now I just tell people writing advice, but I veil it as TTRPG advice. And no one was the wiser. So yeah, like I hyperfixated on VTubing. That actually got me inspired and started and kicked off me doing content creation at all. And then I just continued being a VTuber for D&D. My goal is to marry the two. My goal is to merge kind of being a TTRPG tuber and a VTuber. I like a lot of things about the TTRPG community. I like a lot of things about the D&D or about the VTubing community, but I don't feel like I'm I don't feel like I'm entrenched in either community at the moment. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you is an alt from the Tokugawa from Wallflower. It was deployed for testing on Hercynia. It's all about indiscriminately killing anything, even their pilot, by pushing them. Understood. Understood. Would I categorize urban fantasy as fantasy? It feels like often fantasy seems to be more defined by having medieval aesthetics than magic and other fantastical elements. Strictly speaking, urban fantasy is fantasy. Strictly speaking, yes. Urban fantasy is a subsection of fantasy. Colloquially, if I say, hey, I'm running a fantasy game, I'm running a fantasy TTRPG, want to play? If you think of anything other than D&D style medieval fantasy, I'm going to be shocked. Fantasy encompasses anything that is not real. Hamlet is fantasy. Ghosts are present in Hamlet. That is a fantasy story. But fantasy has been pushed into this niche of medieval, generally medieval European fantasy. And it's expected that it's Tolkien-esque fantasy, which is the impact of Tolkien on literature. I think a lot of that is just how colloquially it's used. The most popular properties that are fantasy tend to be medieval fantasy on the Tales of Tolkien, but also it's a form of elitism and gatekeeping. Oh, fantasy isn't real literature. What about Hamlet? Oh, Hamlet's not fantasy. Hamlet's fictional literature. It's Shakespearean play, but it has ghosts. No. Fantasy is those elves and dwarves and nonsense. That's not real literature. A lot of it is steeped in elitism, which kind of sucks. What's urban fantasy? Urban fantasy is a urban modern day set, or not always urban, but like it's a modern day setting. So for instance, urban fantasy is what happens when you have like Harry Potter, where it is fantastical elements, things that are not real, like wizards and magic and wands. and you place that in a modern setting. A subsection of urban fantasy is generally the magical otherworld, where it is parallel to the real world, parallel to the US and the UK and China and Japan and India. There is a separate, secret, magical world of wizards and warlocks and witches and sorcerers and all of this stuff, all happening at the same time, but hidden from the real world. So that's urban fantasy. Urban fantasy is fantasy. But fantasy so often is just Tolkien-esque. Which is a shame, but it is a reality. It's a sad reality, but it's true. It was a 5e adventure based on Hamlet. Are you all furries? Are you all Lion King? Oh, like Vampire the Masquerade, thank you for... Yes, exactly. Vampire the Masquerade, perfect example. Urban fantasy. Do you think you'd ever publish any TTRPG supplements? I recall your home-based system you made for 5e sounded pretty interesting. I would love to. Before, it was that I did not have a platform. Now that I have a platform, I do not have the time. Like, right? Like, if I, as I've mentioned a couple times, basically all my free time I spend on content creation. And I'm already like at the point where I kind of need to step back from that. So even though I would love to publish my character bases for 5e, which is based off of 2014 rules, so I don't even know if the interest is there. I don't even know if people are shifting over to 2024 or not. I would love to. I would love to make a Kane adventure, publish it for free, and be like, hey, you want to play Kane? Here is your No Room for a Wallflower of Kane. Like, no, it's not official, but it is a adventure. It is a series of missions with an overarching plot that you can play through. I want to make a adventure for Lancer. Listen, here's how you can start this. Here's how you get from LO0 to LO3. And then here's some optional content that if you want to go to like LO4, LO5, here's how you can like pad it out, stretch it out to make it fit better. I would love to do that. I would love to release my character bases document for D&D. I just don't have the time, and unfortunately, I don't have the resources to invest the time right now. So yeah, like that's something where, again, that's perfect for Patreon. That's perfect for YouTube memberships. That's perfect for in exchange for compensation, I release stuff like that. And then what I would probably do is you get it, and then a month later, it becomes free. Or maybe it's I release everything and then at the end of the year, it becomes free. Whatever it ends up being, right? Did you realize you were non-binary first, or that you were hemi-aromantic first? How do you feel about MB? I realized I was demi. So I identify as demisexual, demi-romantic, which is basically just I am ace, and I am also aro. And there have been a couple exceptions in my life where I've been like, actually, I'm attracted to this person. But broadly speaking, for like 90% of my life, and also 99% of people, I'm just fully uninterested. There are exceptions, and there have been exceptions. But that's how I identify, is that demisexual, demi-romantic, is that I just kind of am not interested most of the time. I have other things to do. However, that has changed over time. I've questioned it over time. I'm not 100% sure. I get into doubts where I'm just like, oh, I'm attracted to this person. Obviously, I can't be ace or aro. And then, like, time passes, and then I'm like, oh, I'm completely uninterested in anyone else at this time. Like, so that's the sort of thing that I got into. And then I realized I started basically for most of my life, I struggled with my gender And I was just like, I have no idea. It's a big question mark. And I got no progress. Like being Demi, being Arrow, also big question mark. But like I made progress because I was interested in people. People were interested in me. I was having conversations about it, learning about it. But with my gender, it was just kind of like a question mark that I never really addressed until uni. And then I was just like, screw it, I'm just going to try it. And then I started expressing more femininely and I really enjoyed it. And then I figured that I didn't really care to identify as like trans femme. It was more just kind of like being in the middle. It was kind of androgyny. I've always liked androgyny. I've always thought it was attractive. I always liked the aesthetic of it. And I like that it fits on me. So I ended up just kind of being like, you know what, screw it. I'm non-binary. What does that mean? It's fine. And how do I feel about NB? I just say NB mostly because it's simpler than saying non-binary. Like generally, if I'm telling people what I identify as, I will say I am non-binary. But I will say like guys, gals, and NBs, for instance, right? Men, women, NBs, as opposed to non-binary individuals. Urban fantasies, dreaming cities. God, that would rock. I feel like some people get way too stuck on gender definitions, and the whole point is that we're fluid beings that can react to different situations different ways without changing who we are. Can I please set a 30-second timer? You got it, boss. Yeah, and that's the thing is that like I'm in the camp I think gender's kind of dumb. Like, because gender is not the same thing as sex. Sex is what are your chromosomes? What is between your legs? What is biological processes in your body, right? I think that has value to legitimately address. There are biological differences between different individuals. All right, 30 seconds is up. But also I think because of gender, people conflate that with gender norms. Yes, on average, your average man is going to be stronger than your average woman. But there are women that are stronger than the average man. And there are men that are weaker than the average woman. That doesn't say anything about individuals. It just says in broad scopes. But because gender ascribes certain characteristics, gender ascribes certain character traits to individuals that are within that gender, which people assume that sex equals gender equals character traits. Suddenly, all women are X, all men are Y. That is what I think is dumb. That is what I think is problematic. That is what I think needs changing. Now, how does that need changing? I don't know. I'm not a women and gender studies major. I don't have a job in social work. What was my first TTRPG hyperfixation? Probably D&D. Probably D&D back when I was way younger. My favorite game as a child, well, I had two favorite games as a child. One was Dragon Shard, which was based off of 3.5's Eberron. I don't think I ever fixated on this game. This has just like always been one of my favorite games because it helped get me into TTRPGs. But I remember when like I played TTRPGs with my siblings, like I played D&D with my siblings when I was way younger. I would constantly want to play more and they wouldn't because they didn't care about it. They didn't like it as much as I did. So I would want to play it more. So that was probably my first. And if we're talking like proper hyperfixation, like for months and months at a time, Critical Role Campaign 1. This was a hyperfixation of mine for a good couple years. Yeah. Like, I definitely got into D&D before Critical Role, but I hyperfixated on Campaign 1, like, a lot. And I kind of ran out of steam near the last arc, but I still saw it through. I watched them defeat Vecna and like watched the final episode. And I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't nearly as invested then as I was 6 months prior, like a year prior, because it went on for so long. But I absolutely loved it. I hyperfixated on it. I read fanfic. That's how you know it's bad. Are you remembering to hail hydrate? I am, but I will right now again for you. What was the last thing you wrote that wasn't for video content? I've written some song lyrics recently. I read through the draft of one of my works in progresses of like a novel that I was writing when I was flying around the other week for when I was gone the weekend. I read a little bit of that on the plane, but in terms of what I've actually probably written, I started writing a Warhammer 40k short story with the express intention of it being video content, because I wanted to write a series of like 3 to 5 page vignettes that in order like were different like chapters of the short story, but it would basically tell a small story about just a group of like original characters in the Warhammer universe that I would just like basically do a dramatic reading of on stream or on YouTube. But again, I just kind of ran out of time writing it. I enjoyed it. I actually quite enjoyed writing in the 40k universe more so than I thought I would. But technically that was for a video. The end goal of that was to read it on stream. So it would be poetry, it would be song lyrics, it would be rap lyrics, just kind of like that's little things that I write for myself because I like to keep my poetry brain active. And what is poetry other than, or what is like rap and song lyrics other than just poetry to verse? But if we're talking like proper, what's like a thing that I sat down, wrote completely unrelated to content, probably the novel work in progress that I had to put on pause when I started content creation. You don't know why you were never able to get into Critical Role? Yeah, and that's the thing. I never got into Campaign 2, which there was extenuating circumstances in my life at that time where I did not get into it. Campaign 3, I watched like 50 episodes of it. Did not continue. I completely fell off. I know that Campaign 3 like just ended. I was watching it like as it came out because I was like, oh, like Campaign 2 is over. They're starting up Campaign 3. Let me hop in. This is a perfect opportunity. No, just didn't keep up with it. Which apparently Campaign 2 was like the best one. So it's a bit of a shame that that's the one I didn't watch. But my roommate watched it and apparently it was like super good. I've heard wonderful things about it online. Okay. Imagine a shared indie horror RPG universe like World of Darkness. Kane is one core splat. Pick 4 other tabletop RPGs can work as distinct splats alongside Kane. Well, and then the next question is, have you ever read or played Cyberpunk Red? I have not read or played Cyberpunk Red. I'm familiar vaguely with Cyberpunk. I have not played it. I've not read it. I had a friend who wanted to run it and then just put no effort into getting us to actually play it, so we never played it because it was more complicated than I thought it would be. Speaking of, I kind of want to play Cyberpunk 2077 at some point. I have yet to play Cyberpunk 2077. Apparently it's fantastic now. Apparently it's great. And I really enjoyed Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Or not really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I didn't love it or anything. But Cyberpunk is definitely one that I would add in with Kane. City of Mist, similarly. I would probably also say, I think it's cheating to say all of World of Darkness, so I would actually say Werewolf the Apocalypse. Not Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse specifically, because that deals with spirits, that deals with like from beyond the veil. Like the psychic sea is just the Umbra, right? So that would be City of Mist, where your mythos is just being psychically inclined. Cyberpunk, where that has nothing to do. That's like all of the mundane individuals who don't have grace, don't have psychic powers. They have technology that they can supplement with. You got Kane, obviously. Werewolf the Apocalypse, where the psychic sea is just the Umbra. The Umbra is just the psychic sea. And then sins are just banes. What would I have as my fifth? Shadowrun? Blades in the Dark? I mean, Magna Gothica Malagast would be kind of cheating because it's also another Tom Bloom creation. I'll say like Blades in the Dark, actually, because that's all about like gang warfare. That's all about like you form a gang in a corrupt city where the idea is you go around causing problems, doing missions or whatever. I think Shadowrun would be a bit much. I think Cyberpunk is low key enough in terms of its mechanics that it can work, whereas Shadowrun is like setting altering, you know? The 2077 is great, but you got to sit down and enjoy the side content. The MSQ, oh, okay, it's pretty short. My ADHD makes it dang near impossible to get into podcasts. There's only like 2 I can watch regularly. I like the armor system in Cyberpunk Red, makes it more gruesome during multiple combat encounters per session. How does the armor system work? Yeah, so, and that's my issue with, and this is something that I've hit recently, or not recently, but like, this is something I've known about for a long time, but it really hurt me recently because I'm so content oriented now, because I'm so focused on producing content in my spare time. I need to focus on what I'm watching. The issue with that is that I also need to be occupied. What does this mean? This means if I am watching a YouTube video, my attention is occupied. We could. If I am watching a podcast that's just audio, my eyes are not occupied. My attention is not occupied. My attention is not focused. So I need to do something else. So I load up a video game. Now, I'm focused and occupied by the video game. I'm not listening to the podcast. Content creation, focused and occupied. I can't listen to a podcast while I'm content creating. Driving, great for a podcast. Like painting minis, probably great for a podcast. Doing the dishes, great for a podcast. But those are all things that like I don't want to do all day. Those are things that I do because I have to. Oh, stop is getting relatable. Okay, I am nothing if not relatable. At least I hope so. I hope I'm relatable. So you have a set amount of armor, say 15. If an enemy gets ahead of the armor and hits you, minus the total armor from the damage. However, after you've taken the damage, your armor takes -1. Got it. So it's kind of like, sorry, I'm stretching. So it's effectively a system with, sorry, my friend just texted me something that made me laugh. So it's effectively like temporary HP where every time you take it, it fills back up to full, but then it gets reduced. So it's easier to attack next time, and eventually your armor is super easy to break through and can only be restored through repairing. Got it. All right, so that's all the questions. Unless anyone has any other questions. Oh no, buddy, no. I can't respond to you now because I'm streaming, but oh no. He's making me laugh and he's also making me say, oh no. That's how you know he's my friend. Yawn. Let me get some water. So I have yapped for 4 straight hours. Normally I go for 6, 7, 8 hours, but I don't know. How are you feeling about this? Because I am happy to keep going, particularly if there are more questions. However, I think a lot of folks have hopped out. Oh, what is the most fun framing lancer and why is it the Pegasus? So Pegasus is not the most fun. Pegasus is the most silly. Pegasus is... So in Lancer, the Pegasus messes with probability, and in practice is actually pretty boring, at least in its core mechanics. Because, by the way, I know everything lets you take the average instead of rolling. So if you're rolling 2d6, that can let you just take 7. Which is not a very fun power. It's a very practical power. It's a very, oh, I know I need to deal 6 damage to this person. I'm going to take the average of 2d6. So I deal 7, boom, you're dead. I know I need to deal 4 damage to this person, and I have a d6. I'm going to take the average. I deal 4, you take 4, you're dead. It's very practical. Niche, but practical. And then also the null through Shabti Omnigun, which just deals 1 flat damage for free. Again, boring, very useful. And then I think once per scene, you can activate it 3 times per turn, which is 3 free damage every single turn. So it's not the most fun, I would say. It's definitely the most silly, though. Or I'll say it's second most silly after the Lich. Because the Lich is even sillier. If we're talking like lore, if we're talking flavor, that's even sillier. Pegasus is fun. No, Pegasus is fun in concept. It's fun in lore. It's fun in universe. Even the... What is it, like the meld gun? The fleshcraft gun? The LL2 gun, which every single turn, it shifts what its range and what its damage type and what its damage value is because it's constantly altering itself. Yeah, the Mimic gun, thank you. So the Mimic gun is the most fun thing, I would say, of Pegasus. Like, even Sisyphus. Even the Sisyphus NHP is kind of like boring but really useful. It's like practical but boring in that it basically gives you the D&D wizard, the portent wizard, the divination wizard portent ability. You roll 2d20, and then until your next rest, you can replace any 2 rolls with those results. So if I roll a 3 and a 17, you say you want to shoot me, I give you a 3. I want to shoot you, I take a 17. So like, very useful, not very flashy, not very active. Like, kind of active, but not extremely. But like the Mimic gun is silly. It's fun. It's weird. You have to plan around it and like it's, ooh, what's going to be this time? Like, that's fun. In lore, top 2. Easy. And the only reason it's not number 1 definitely is because the Lich exists and also doesn't. The gun that's not a gun. So no, the gun that's not a gun is the Ushabti Omnigun. The Mimic gun is a horrifying melding of steel and unreality where paracausal tech has it shift in on itself so that it can adapt to any situation, but it's always adapting to every situation. The gun that's not a gun is the Ushabti Omnigun, which shoots you with bullets that aren't. Pegasus shoots shoots people with a gun that doesn't exist yet. How do you top that in silliness? Okay, the Lich doesn't exist yet. If you kill the Lich, it just revives itself. The Lich bootstrap paradoxed itself into existence. The best part of Lancer is when Lance said it's pegging time and Pegasus all over those guys. Let's chill with all of the weirdo comments. I love Blades in the Dark I love Blades in the Dark so as many of my players, but they have some creative problems playing as a cult. Did you play or run a Blades in the Dark campaign with a cult as a ban sheet? I have never played Blades in the Dark. Like, I know about a lot of TTRPGs. I don't currently have a consistent gaming group, and also I don't really have the time to look for one and find one. So, funny enough, despite the fact I'm out here saying like, you should play Blades in the Dark, you should play Shadowrun, you should play Dark Heresy. I'm kind of like projecting here. I need to be playing these games. I just don't have the time. Okay, it's a fair point, but I'm biased. Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I respectfully disagree. Pegasus, if I was to play Lancer, I would either want to play a Barbarossa or a Pegasus. So like, I'm with you. I love the Pegasus. And explicitly, I would want to play a Barbarossa that I spec into speed and flight. So I effectively become a jet fighter that flies over the battlefield, sets up my apocalypse rail, annihilates you, and then flies away. That's my goal for a Barbarossa, which is completely out of type for a Barbarossa. And then the Pegasus is just silly, you know? The Pegasus is just kind of like, the bullet knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. Listen, the Pegasus can shoot things and no book ever written will prevent the damage. That is my favorite line of text in any TTRPG ruling ever. That is my favorite line in any TTRPG rule ever. Nothing in this book or any other counteracts this damage. Can reduce this damage in any way. Funny enough, last night me and my Lancer group were planning building stuff like that. I forgot how weird hearing people talk about Lancer builds sound. Yes, no rulebook in this or any other supersedes this peak rating. The missile is EP. A Fomorian frame world killer with every flying system to create a burning cloud. See, I want... What was it? There was a... I think it might be the Blackbeard, actually, because I just did a video on the Blackbeard, where the grappling hook only affects creatures equal to your size or larger. So the Fomorian frame actually hurts that. Although I think it would be really funny to have like a Fomorian frame, because Fomorian frame, is it capped at size 3? Is Fomorian frame capped at size 3, or does it let you grow even larger? Because imagine a size 4 mech. Because what is it? It's the Barbarossa and like one other mech is size 3. Because imagine if you were allowed to do size 4, so you're like a size 4 Barbarossa. You love Lancer, you hate running with it. Okay, so as someone who has not run Lancer, I tried running Lancer, and then unfortunately our schedules didn't work out. Why do you hate running Lancer? Is it because it's basically a war game? Is it because it's so tactical? Or is it something else? What's the biggest thing you can play in Lancer? Can you have a living mech? So you can't have a living mech. You can fight biological enemies, including monstrosities. That's what my whole video was about, where it's fighting dragons in Lancer. Raw usually only goes to 3 save NPCs. Pretty sure the rulebook shows a size 4, so it's pretty doable. So I know that in the NPC enemies, the Goliath which is the largest enemy mech, is size 3. I was hoping you could make a kaiju. You can't make a kaiju. You can fight a kaiju. And theoretically, depending on how you flavor it, I could see someone playing like a Baylor with a Fomorian frame and flavoring it or maybe even camouflaging it as a kaiju. Because it's just consuming, right? There's homebrew for a Lancer with biological mechs, even a gorilla. I want to run a Lancer campaign. One of the main villains, I plan on using a living mech called the Wendigo, which is a custom mech. So what I was going to do for my friends, which strictly speaking, I was going to run this for Rory and Neko, who are other content creators. So if they ask about it, don't tell them. Because this was my plan. They were going to start on a ship. Pirates attack. This is them mech v mech combat, learn how to play the game. They go down to a planet. The planet is currently in the midst of a civil war, because of course it is, it's in the diaspora, where I can't decide who I wanted it to be. I think it would probably be Harrison Armory, but I think I would check what megacorp, what manufacturer the players want to align themselves with, and I'd make it that one. So whatever megacorp the players are aligned with, fighting against rebels. And it would start mechs versus infantry and vehicles. Because obviously they don't have, like, they would have like 1, maybe 2 mechs. They aren't equipped for this. Not in the same way that this team is. So what do? They use subterfuge. They infiltrate their facilities. The rebels unleash a bioweapon that the factory, the manufacturer, was producing. Bioweapons have a tendency of getting out of hand. So the rebels, in unleashing the bioweapon, would doom the planet. And this would go from civil war, like Empire versus Rebels Star Wars style, to, okay, this is the last of us. We need to defend the spaceport before we get off planet. And we need to like evacuate everyone we can. It doesn't matter if you're Rebel. It doesn't matter if you're Harrison Armory. We gotta go, or else we're all gonna be like fungus food. That was my plan for the game. And then the goal would just be like, oh no, 8-ish sessions of just like LL0, and then we'd end it when they hit like LL3. So it's like, this is them on LL0. It's like a single session sit rep, maybe 2 sessions where they like explore the ship and talk to people. And then they would have like, now that they're LL1, they would like have this kind of conflict with Empire versus Rebels style. And then once that gets resolved, once the bioweapon gets released, then now they're LL2. Now they actually have cool frames. And then it would be a matter of, with their cool new frames, we got to get off world. We got to split. And maybe they aligned themselves with the manufacturer. So they're fighting the rebels even as bioweapon monsters are attacking both sides. Maybe they align themselves with the rebels. So they're trying to disrupt the supply lines of Harrison Armory so that they can commandeer a ship to escape. Maybe they don't care and they're just saying screw both sides and they're just running. Where are they running to? That's the sort of thing I wanted. Oh boy, Lancer lore. Yeah, so this isn't Lancer lore. This is what I would have run for some of my other content creator friends, Rory and Neko, if our game went through. Presently, we tabled it, but the neat part is, yeah, neato indeed. The neat part is, now, because we're not trying to like rush it, now we're not trying to like get it out quickly, we can actually involve other people. So instead of a 2 men versus the world, it's going to be like a group of like 3, maybe 4 people, which is, in Lancer, you kind of need a party of at least 3 because it's so tactical. You need those actions. You need someone to heal, tank, and deal damage. You need someone who can hack and someone else that can deal like melee damage. I really like Lancer's lore. Unfortunately, I'm bad at running combat, which is why I prefer Vampire the Masquerade. That's fair. And honestly, Lancer is one of those games. Lancer's like D&D. You can't really run Lancer without combat. I didn't know that going into this, so I misrepresented Lancer to Rory and Neko. I really didn't understand how combat oriented it was, so I misrepresented it to them. I'm like, yeah, this is fairly combat oriented, but not that much. Like, no, it's as combat oriented, if not more so, than D&D, which is a feat, honestly. Although that's something where I see no reason you can't have Vampire the Masquerade in Lancer. And that's something I think would be really funny, is to play a game where it's Vampire the Masquerade, or maybe Cyberpunk or whatever non-combat system you have. And then when it's time for combat, you hop in mechs. Because the rules for non-mech narrative play in Lancer are very sparse. They're very light. They're not meant to be the core of the game. They're meant to supplement what you're doing in your mech suits. So and this is where the meme on the channel of Lancer X Kane came from, where you play a game of Kane, and then once the sin gets too big, you go and you play Lancer, where you fight a biological enemy. 3 to 5 is usually good. See, that's the thing. 3 to 5 is what game balance is often around. A single DM and a single player can be fine. A single GM and 2 players can be fine. A single GM and 7 players can be fine, depending on the group, depending on the game, depending on the system. Lancer in particular is closer to a war game than a traditional combat game, because D&D is a game where bounded, at least in 5e, bounded accuracy means if I have one player character, I can have them fight anywhere between 2 and maybe 5 enemies. And this will still be like doable. If I have a single 3rd level character and they fight a bugbear and 2 goblins, or they fight 4 orcs, or they fight a single like veteran, these are all reasonable encounters for a 3rd level party. In Lancer, it is expected that there will be waves, objectives, and tactics. So in Lancer, you are expected to be really tanky. Even a goblin can take 24 points of damage before being destroyed, assuming that it makes its structure rolls, right? And with no points of hull. You are very tanky right off the offset. That being said, if you have a single, let's say an LL2, we'll say a Saladin, because a Saladin is very mid-range. Or maybe not Saladin, we'll go a Sherman, because the Sherman is kind of like the archetypal. If you're not piloting an Everest, you're probably piloting a Sherman, statistically, right? So if you're playing an LL2 Sherman, you can probably fight no more than 2 enemies at a given time, assuming there is any more than 1 wave. Because if you fight 4 frames, you can probably still win, assuming that they're grunts, assuming that they're all
breachers or like crashers or berserkers or melee oriented classes, and you have some range. If they're hackers, but you don't care if you're jammed because you're just going in and improvised melee attacking them, you're fine for like one wave. But what do you do during wave 2? What do you do during wave 3? What do you do if there is 5 waves of 3 enemies, even if they're all grunts? Even if all of them have 1 hit point, you have to spend your turn. Okay, assault rifle, hive nexus, hive nexus. Okay, that was my entire turn. There's still 1 more frame left that can come up and attack me, and now there's 4 more frames. So now I have to combat knife, hive nexus. Okay, I missed my hive nexus. Let me assault rifle. Okay, I missed my assault rifle. It has reliable too, so I still deal damage, I still kill it. There's still 3 frames, and now there's another 4 that arrived. Like, you just don't have the actions, even if you're overcharging, to take out that many enemies. And just a simple addition of, you have 1 Sherman, and then you have like an LL2 Goblin. Even a non-combat character, well, not non-damaging, I should say, character like the Goblin, particularly if you're fighting grunts, the auto gun fires for free, deals 1 point of damage, boom, the grunt is dead. If you have a Pegasus, you shot the Omni gun, deals 1 point of damage, the grunt is dead. Can hack big non-grunt enemies to make them incapacitated, the Sherman doesn't have to worry about them. Suddenly, this becomes way more manageable. And then add in a 3rd person. Add in an LL2 Napoleon. Or an Iskander. Or another like tank oriented. So you have damage, you have hacking, you have protection. Or make it a freaking Lancaster. You have a healer. Suddenly, your options expand. Meanwhile, again, like I said, in D&D, if I have a level 3 fighter, can take on basically anything, right? And then I add in a level 3 wizard. Yes, the options are expanded substantially, but we went from fighting a single veteran to a veteran and 2 thugs. We went from fighting 4 orcs to fighting 4 orcs and an Eye of Grumsh. All this does is add a little bit more chaff or a response to the fact that wizard can cast spells. So that was just kind of a long tangent to just kind of talk about like the way bounded accuracy versus like war game tactics works really impacts the size of a party you can comfortably run. I remember my first combat session, my party were all melee strikers. I introduced them to the charge of the light brigade with arties and controllers. I let them respec after. To be fair, in a game with giant mechs as a heavy drawing point, it makes sense to be combat oriented. Exactly. If I play Lancer, I want to pilot my mech and I want to like shoot other mechs and maybe giant monsters, right? That's why I play Lancer. If I play D&D, maybe I want to be like a suave diplomat who talks my way out of issues. Maybe I want to be a rogue who I sneak up to you, I set a trap, and then I destroy you before the fight even starts. Maybe I want to be a barbarian who stands in the middle of a fight and kills anyone that stands next to me. Those are all valid options. D&D in particular is so combat oriented. You kind of have to, like, D&D as a fantasy is not combat oriented. D&D as a system is combat oriented. Lancer as a fantasy is combat oriented, and I would dare say the reason it's so tactical is because the people who want to play mech combat want tactics. They want like battle plans. They want war game objectives, because if you're a fan of giant mech suit combat, you probably like hard sci-fi. You probably like strategy. These are all very reasonable guesses. But if you like fantasy, do you like to have a cozy fantasy like, oh, let's start a tavern together? Or do you want to kill a dragon and get its hoard and loot? Or do you want to seal away the ancient evil that's trying to overtake the land? Lancer players are nerds, and I'll stick by it. If I had to run for 7 players, I'd actually just evaporate. I've run for 7+ players in a single session without any prep before. And this was like when I was younger. This was when I was with an older group of people. Not like older than me, but like an older temporally a while ago. A group of friends who I was showing them D&D. I was doing a West Marches style game. The goal of West Marches games is there might be a group of 10 to 15 players and like 1 GM. But the goal of this is that 5 of these players will say, hey, we want to go do X. And then I, as the GM, will say, sure, you can do X. And then we have a session with just us 6. And then next session, maybe a different 6 players will say, hey, we want to do Y. And then I will say, okay. And then I do that. And then I run for 5 people. I run for 6 people. I run for 3 people. But it's 15 total players. That's what a West Marches style is. I did a West Marches style game, but it was over the summer with a friend group who was all obsessed with TTRPGs. I was routinely running for over 7 people. And this had its pros and its cons. It had the pros of I got to run giant bombastic combats that were like threatening, lethal, because they had 3 healers. They had 2 tanks. They had 4 damage dealers. Like they had enough of a team that if I focus fired one of their healers, I could reliably assume that after my skeletal mage does its fireball at 4th level and annihilates their bard, the cleric can heal the bard. The barbarian can interpose himself between the bard and the skeletal knight, and then the rogue can sneak attack the wizard, and suddenly they completely dismantled the threat. But I got to do the cool thing first. I got to go 100% in and scare them. But they had the just manpower. They had the resources to overcome it, which was so much fun. I will say, it was so much fun. It also led to some situations where one player didn't really participate because they didn't really understand the system that well. They were just kind of there because they were there with their friends. They took their turn in combat. They didn't really participate. They weren't really interested. Other people got frustrated because in the giant climactic fight with the dragon, they got stuck with Frightful Presence and were stuck not moving for 3 rounds. And they were out of range to heal people, so they just like couldn't do anything all combat. And I, as the GM, was managing a big bombastic boss encounter for like 8 people, so I didn't have the mental energy to accommodate them. So they didn't have a fun time, which is my failing as the GM. So it comes with its pros and its cons. It was really fun. It was also a lot. Unrelated, but there's a pseudo-official Vampire the Masquerade and Cyberpunk TTRPG with cyborg mechs. Oh my gosh. In one of our tables, our GM has been doing a lot of narrative playing Lancer, like 50-50 split. Like we had 1.5 narrative sessions with the other 0.5 being pilot combat. Whoa. Another plus in Vampire the Masquerade doesn't use maps, and I'm awful at setting up maps. Yeah, so Lancer requires maps. I did not realize this. Lancer requires a tactical map. It talks about spaces. It's very 4th edition D&D inspired. As a huge Gundam nerd and an Armored Core fan, I want tactical combat. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of wargame combat. That's the main reason I don't vibe with Lancer. That's fair. Lancer feels like a wargame. Lancer feels like, okay, we have our 5 units, they have 20. How are we going to deal with their 20 units? That's what it feels like. Although I haven't, as someone who has not played Armored Core, I like mechs. I like sci-fi. I have not played Armored Core. Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon, or whatever the one like 2 years ago was. Should I play it? And would it be worth it to stream it? Those are my questions. I like Lancer. I think it's cool. I've heard great things about the game. Should I play it and should I stream it? Is my questions. Yes, yes, and yes. Got it. Kind of want to be the evil wizard plotting to overthrow the kingdom, honestly. That's what I am, truly. One day I'd love to run a canon Vampire the Masquerade Sabbat pack, which can at maximum have 10 kindred and embrace the chaos that the Sabbat truly is. Yeah. I do like West Marches style stuff, good for free roam RP stuff. Yeah, West Marches also really works for downtime RP. I've played with West Marches, both multiple GMs. I played in a West Marches game with multiple GMs. Oh wow, that's a lot of yeses. That's a lot of yeses. So if I played Armored Core, should I play it on Twitch? Or should I play it on YouTube because I have a lot of Lancer fans in my YouTube? It's so good. You watch every stream. I love that game so much. It's very Lancer coded. You're a nameless merc working for a bunch of warring corporations fighting for the resources over a more or less dead world. This is what Third Com wanted. I try to keep gaming off of my streams on YouTube because I know most of my YouTube audience is here for TTRPGs. I could play Armored Core on YouTube. Also, Rusty is there. Any thoughts on the third monist entity in Lancer, APEP? I don't know about APEP as the third monist entity. I know that there was the first monist entity that I don't remember what it was. Is the first monist entity the On? Because I know the second one is Ra. I know the second monist entity is Ra, and the followers of Ra, Horus, and the Horus mechs regard APEP as the enemy, which struck me as APEP was a stand-in for non-believers of Ra. So I actually don't know about APEP as a third monist entity. Have I seen Gundam or any kind of mecha anime? I have not seen any of the classic mecha anime. I have not seen Evangelion. I have not seen Gurren Lagann. I have not seen any of that. I have seen Code Geass, which I did not realize was a mecha anime until I rewatched it and went, oh, that's a lot of mecha. I thought it was like a political, like supernatural thriller. No, it's a mecha anime that has supernatural elements to it. And like, I love it. I loved it. Like, Code Geass is my favorite anime, which, yeah, I know, cringe. Cry about it. But I love, like, rewatching it, I loved the mecha in Code Geass. I love mecha, and I never realized this. Like, it was always something I enjoyed, but giant mech suits and, like, robots and vehicles always appealed to me, probably because I grew up playing Star Wars The Clone Wars, which I've shown this on stream before, but Star Wars The Clone Wars game. Like, I grew up playing this game, Star Wars The Clone Wars, and in it, it was a vehicle-oriented game where you, like, play as a lat gunship. You would play as where's the walkers? Does it show the walkers? No, it's not showing the walkers. Oh my gosh. You would play as, I can't remember what this tank is called. Does anyone know what this tank is called? I wouldn't know. I think it's just a heavy tank. It's like the heavy tank of the Republic. It's the one that has the laser on its rear, like on the top of it, on its dorsal, I suppose, a dorsal laser. So yeah, I have not seen most of classic mecha, and honestly, again, I've talked about Patreon a bit this stream, talked about membership stream. I am very apprehensive about reaction content because I feel as though a lot of reaction content is not transformative. It just steals the work of others and it actively takes attention away from the original work. That being said, old school anime that I've never seen before is kind of the perfect thing for like reaction content, explicitly because it's old, first of all. So it's not like I'm taking attention away from it. It is from a company that I am not like stealing from another creator. I would be reacting to basically like a show. And I've never seen it before. So like I don't know I know like Shinji is a meme, like Shinji chair, but that's about it. Oh, it's a TX130. At that point, would it be more of a watch along? Yeah, so react, watch along, whatever you want to call it. But like that's something where I think that could be interesting to make content out of. Shinji, crank that soldier boy. Oh, you. So Air's a Tau player confirmed? No. How dare you? I already said I give off the vibes of a Tau diplomat earlier. And like the only reason I didn't purge you is because this is YouTube. If this was Twitch, you would have been banned, Buster. Geopolitical supernatural thriller that happens to have mecha? Shut up. Apep is confirmed to be a monist by Tom and has a lot of mentions here and there, but never publicly mentioned to keep the tone. Oh. There's very limited mech content. Watch Gundam. It started the whole real robot genre on its peak just because of Char as novel. Oh no, I'm teasing. Like anyone who's like says I'm a Tau player or like says that I give off like Tau vibes, like I'm gonna trash you. I'm gonna smack talk you. But it's silliness, right? If someone actually got offended because they're like, you really remind me of a Tau player, and then you're like, ugh, gross, I hate you. I'd be like, bro, really? Chill. Gundam is not real robot. I'm sorry. It's really not. It's not Super Robot granted, but it's not real robot. Listen, all I know, Evangelion is considered one of the best anime of all time. It's also considered like the go-to mecha anime. And I think Gundam is up there. Like Gurren Lagann is up there. So I think it would be really interesting as someone who has no context for it, has never watched it, doesn't really know anything about it, to try it, like look into it and be like, hey, here's a reaction series. Although I don't think that's something I would do on this channel. I would either have it as membership streams because it'd be like a watch along. It would be behind a Patreon because then it's only if you're interested, or I would make like a second channel where it's like Arrow Reacts. But I don't want my brand to be reaction content. I don't want my brand to be that. I would want that to be something cool that I do for specific interesting things. Gundam is the OG yaoi bait? Oh. Well, maybe I have to watch it. Like when it came out, Gundam was failing and it was saved by Fujoshis. Fujoshis will save anything if they think that there is yaoi. The thing about Gundam is that every series has different tones, from campy to telenovela to Vietnam War movie to everything else going on in the Build series. So the most recent anime that I like properly watched through was an anime called 86. My buddy Rory showed me it, another content creator. And it is war movie mechs versus robots. So I suppose 86 isn't really mecha. 86 is I guess it would be closer to like a tank crew, because the thing with this is they all pilot like vehicles that are like spider droids that have guns on them, and they like jump around and they like they shoot robots. They're in an active combat zone. They are more vehicle than they are mech, but I would still consider it like mech adjacent. Wait, G Gundam also has the Mermaid Gundam? G Gundam is a show that you watch with a beer in hand and you shout with the characters. G Gundam is also Boat Gundam. Real robot ironically doesn't mean realistic, it just means functional by show design. There's a conversation going on here that I have no context for, and I don't know if I want context. I kind of like the idea of just being like, I'm a little bit lost, and that's okay. G Gundam is also popularly referred to as Gundam Ball Z. We need to get an Arrow OC for G Gundam. What does that mean? Has my chat just like completely abandoned me to just come up with their OCs? Listen, I don't know how many of you are in the Discord. We do have a Discord server. If you want to join our Discord server, you can post your Arrow Gundam OC if you are so inclined. Well, so I suppose I should ask. I mentioned like reaction, watch through, whatever. Would that interest you as Gundam fans if I watched Gundam? Posting the windmill now? I feel like I need to watch it so I can understand these jokes. Stretch. Neon. Why are we posting a windmill? What does that mean? I'm yawning, I'm sorry. The windmill Gundam? So, from what I understand, based off of what chat has told me, G Gundam, also known as GBZ, affectionately, is the Gundam where all of the weird and wacky mechs are. It's the one where all the weird and wacky mechs are. It's the one where the writers just kind of threw everything at a wall and said, oh, that's fine enough. There's a windmill mech. There's a boat mech. What was it? There's a mermaid Gundam. Like, there's everything you could think of, not because it makes sense, not because it's real, not because it is preserving verisimilitude, but because why not? Let's sell more toys. G Gundam also has the Tequila Gundam and the Windmill Gundam, so it's peak. Understood. I think it was made in response to some of the heavier Gundam series before it. It also has a surprising amount of body horror. Listen, my favorite, Tequila and body horror. I would definitely watch a Gundam watch along. That sounds awesome. I mean, and that's the thing, is that I am hesitant to do anything like a reaction series because I have seen plenty of low effort, like, frankly, lazy reaction content. So I actually don't know what I would do. I don't know if I would do like hey, I'm going to stream my reaction and I'm going to give you the timestamp of where I'm watching so that you can follow along. Or if I'm going to do more like traditional YouTube reaction content where I kind of like splice up it over time. I cut out all the dead air. I only show the exciting bits. You could also do them on Discord and you could make your videos, my thoughts a video on stream. I could. That'd be a really fun Discord community event. It was made to help money due to some of the financial struggles following the mixed reception and sales of the earlier series. Well, yeah, because when it's like Gundam is a toy-based series, right? Gundam, Transformers, all of like the mech-based, all of the vehicle-based, all of the action-based like G.I. Joe shows are meant to sell toys. That is the main goal. Boba Fett was made to sell toys. Fun fact. What are my general thoughts on the design of stat blocks in 5e? Just in general, any things you think are interesting, fun, unfun, or even any pet peeves you have with them? There should be a damage resistance or a damage invulnerability that says non-magical weapon damage, shortened to NMWD. Oh. NMWD. What does this stand for? This is a stand-in for resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Which this shows up, I want to say. Yeah, sorry that it's like illegible, but I was writing quickly. This shows up, this exact phrase shows up in, I would guess, 80% of all stat blocks. Why did they not shorten it? Why did they not make shorthand for it? It's so dumb. Resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. And then you would just, if it's immunity, you would put NMWD under immunity. Oh, what about all of the creatures that have resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-silvered weapons? NMWD-silver. NMWD/adamantine. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Also, other pet peeve in stat blocks. Let me just grab one. Let me grab D&D Red Dragon. I'm gonna grab a red dragon because this is a big stat block. This is a chunky stat block. This is a stat block that takes up space and has weight to it. Oh, they edited the picture. Nice. Let us go down the list and see what I use when I run a red dragon. Name, yes. Huge dragon, chaotic evil, sure. Armor class, yes. Hit points, yes. Speed, yes. Stats, yes. Honestly, saving throws, don't really care. Don't really care about skills. Damage immunities, yes. I honestly don't really care about senses. I usually don't care about languages. Challenge rating is dumb. Proficiency bonus, that's roped into most of the things it does, so don't really care about that. Legendary resistance, cool. Multi-attack, cool. Like, all of the different abilities, most of which are just text. The dragon exhales fire in a 60-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a DC 21 Dex saving throw, taking 63 18d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Want to know what you could do? Keep Fire Breath recharge 5 to 6. 60-foot cone. DC 21 Dex. 63 18d6 fire damage. And then just again, or half as much on a successful save. This is another so common, it should have shorthand. And then it's just like, I don't know. Half check. 60-foot cone, DC 20 dex, 63 18d6 fire damage, half check. Like, it's a minor thing, this one. But when I'm reading, when I want to use a fire breath, I don't want to go, okay, What's fire breath? 60-foot cone, DC 21. Okay, 18d6. So 18d6. I need all of you to make a dex save and 60-foot cone. 18d6. What's DC 21? Like, they should put the numbers up front. They should put the numbers right after the bolded bit that says recharge, like fire breath recharge 15 to 6. Honestly, most of the time, the reach doesn't matter. One target doesn't matter. Melee weapon attack doesn't matter. Give me claw, plus 14 to hit, 15, 2d6 plus 8 slashing damage. Then say 5 foot, 1 foot target, melee weapon attack. Like, the order in which they present the order in which they present information so often is not what I need when I need it. Although that being said, I rarely use stat blocks. I just homebrew everything because I've been playing D&D long enough and I'm comfortable enough with systems that I can homebrew on the spot. I can homebrew easily. I will always say this when people compare Gundam to Transformers, is that Transformers has a series and toys marketed towards kids, whereas Gundam toys are marketed towards kids, but the series aren't. That's fair. That's fair. That's pretty common, actually. Like, what was it? Was it Gundam? Was it Gundam where, like, the names are stupid because the creator wanted to just come up with as many stupid names as possible to see how far they could get with, like, executives before being told to stop, and then no one stopped them because no one cared about the series. They just cared about making money from the toys. I don't know if that was Gundam or not, but that was like a mecha anime, or like maybe it might have been Western animation of like a series where the creator of the show came up with stupid sounding names to see what they could get away with, and the executives never cared because they just wanted to sell toys. They didn't care that they were named like Moonlight Sunset Overdrive, which is like a stupid name for a mech suit, but it's one that you could reasonably see being applied to like a Gundam explicitly if someone wanted to make a stupid name. Also, why is it bludgeoning? It should just be blunt. Also, it screws CR. The main is called the UC timeline, which follows at first Amuro Ray the goat. At first Amuro Ray the goat. G Gundam has a horse that pilots a horse mech, by the way. It's on Discord. Okay, I have to see this. I have to see this. Was it in general? Oh my gosh, the wit. Okay, so this is the windmill mech. Is this?
Protective shield!
Oh my
Protective
gosh.
shield! Protective shield!
Is this the horse? No. Oh no. Babe, wake up. New genders just dropped. Wait, that's the tequila one? Oh my gosh, this is... What is this? The horse. The horse. The horse. My kingdom for a horse. Oh my gosh. Y'all are so silly. I love it when people show me like absolutely ridiculous things that I had no idea of beforehand. I love learning. And this is just 5e rules. This is before the 2024 rules. Exactly. CR has a defensive value rating, meaning that if your party has magical weapons, then the CR, the monsters basically have... Really? I didn't know that. One of my favorite parts of session prep is homebrewing stat blocks. I'm not sure if it's a Gundam, but considering we have mobile suits named Gelgoog and the... You'd believe it? Yeah, it might be that one. Yeah, the windmill representing the Netherlands. Wait, these are on national identities. New genders just dropped is wild. The main villain's grunt suit is called the Zaku, which translates to something like expendable fish because the suit is supposed to be expendable. Oh my gosh. listen. You may not like it, but this is peak performance. This is the ideal male body. Like, do you see the absolute power of this lad? Do you see what a man with the robustness of a bull, or the grace of a mermaid, or the power of a Viking longship has? But can anyone really compete with the courage of a tequila, or the brash audacity of a zebra, the grace and elegance of a windmill, or of course, the sheer horse? Oh my gosh. Y'all are so silly. So silly indeed. Mind you, to pilot these, the pilots need to go into a latex suit pool thing. Oh yeah, I do that every night. Do you not? Like, that's how I just pilot my meat suit. If I recall, Canada was represented by a lumberjack. Yeah. It's the tequila Gundam with the cactus shoulder. Okay, but like the cactus shoulder guard goes so hard. Like out of all of these, like, just rating these at a glance, silly. Actually kind of based, silly. But like, I could see either of these like unironically being serious characters. I think that the zebra print is a bit silly. I think that honestly, as someone who does not know, oh my gosh, as someone who does not know mecha, as someone who does not know Gundam, I see, as someone who does not know Gundam, I look at this Mexican tequila Gundam and I say, that just looks like what I imagine a Gundam would be. You may not like it, but this is peak male performance. This is the ideal male body. Like, look at that mustache, bro. Like, you want to tell me you're going to fight a man with a mustache on his mech suit? With a cactus shoulder guard and bracers? Also, when you say that it's tequila mech, is it like powered by tequila or something? Is this gun just like a tequila gun? The space colony of Neo, New Mexico is a giant landmass in space in the shape of a sombrero. Dude, Don Quixote wouldn't stand a chance against Netherlands Gundam. No. Don Quixote would bring hell in a handbasket to the Netherlands. Now, would the Netherlands even like recognize it as an act of aggression? No. But Don Quixote would square up, justifiably and certainly. I like to think that the follow I just got is from someone in YouTube chat following on Twitch. So if so, thank you. Oh my gosh. I've been yapping for 5 hours. Yo, literally, the Gundam sombrero is peak. I'm not being facetious when I say, like, unironically, these two mechs, like these two mechs are actually kind of goated. I mean it. Like, obviously, this is Zulu inspired. This, I did not guess to be Mexican inspired, but you told me that it is, and I believe it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with, especially if it's like a character from that country representing their country, and it's supposed to be like this is the national Gundam of our country. This is like the face of our country. This is our Superman equivalent. Like, our branding, so to speak, is this Gundam, then I think that's actually really cool. Because these look like actually functional Gundams. These look like Gundams that serve a purpose. Imagine if you took the Windmill Gundam, you slimmed it down its frame a bit, because it's really chunky in its torso, like needlessly so, like bulky, like preventing its movement, and you turned these windmills into like, I don't know, maybe a weapon that it was holding. So it like spins it around like a fan or like a bladed fan. It's on its back that it can take them off like individual swords. Maybe it's a pair of wings on its back. That would all be a cool way of incorporating the windmill motif without losing the windmill. Similarly, the bull. Take this bull face, make it the actual face. Yeah. Like, make it a minotaur. Make the bull face with big horns, and then have bull shoulder pauldrons, right? Have bull knee pads, like have bull iconography in your joints that each have their own set of horns that you can slam into someone. For this mer person, honestly, ditch the fish, first of all, but keep the flared out fins. Keep the dorsal fin. Keep the webbed feet. Honestly, keep the tail, but slim it down. And then suddenly you have like a biped. You have a biped. Right? With probably a slimmed down torso because there's no like exterior fish suit, but you have these really broad, flared out shoulder fins. You have this really long, like from the back of the neck down to like where the tail is, dorsal fin. You have this tail that helps with swimming. Suddenly, it's actually pretty cool. Honestly, with this, I really actually kind of like the zebra shoulder pads. And the fact that the black and white is actually like interlocking metal plates where the black is the intersection between the plates is actually a fairly subtle but still present design choice of like zebra, which I actually think is really cool. And then obviously the Mexican one, the tequila one is super cool. The boat one, again, I like the shoulder decoration. I like this masthead. I even dig the helmet. Don't be in a boat. Don't be in a boat. Use an oar as a weapon, where on one side it's an oar, on the other side it's this dragon head. So it's like a staff where it's an oar with a dragon head on one end, and you just have normal legs like a normal person. You're nautical themed, you're Viking themed, but you're not a boat. And you want to know what? The horse gets passed. It's a horse. I'm not going to bully a horse. The horse has been posted, like the actual pilot horse. Oh no. Wait. This is the pilot of the horse mech. This is the this is Neo New Mexico. Neo Mexico. Spesu Koroni. Neo Mexico. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It even has like It even has cacti. Oh my god, wait. Someone posted a GIF in Discord of one of the windmills converting into... That's great. Converting into a Gundam. I was gonna call it a Lancer for a second. Not even just a horse, it's a unicorn. Those Neo Kenya mobile suits have a zebra stripe suit is hilarious, not gonna lie. Yeah. I'd be honored if my country got its own mech design from God. Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying, is that like I think that the actual designs are a bit silly on their face. But at the same time, like the Canadian one being a lumberjack from a combat situation makes sense of, oh, it uses an axe. It's going to fight you. It's going to slam you with an axe, right? It is going to combat you, and it's lumberjack themed because it's from this country. But if it's like wearing the maple leaf and it's red and white and it's a lumberjack and it has like a maple syrup attack, that's all added on with the idea of what's it called? Like, that is the country being like, hey, this is our representative in the Gundam sphere. This is our fighter, for lack of a better term, to go in the Gundam world stage. I've seen enough. Char, drop the colony. You're giving these designs too much credit. Most of these appear for an episode of most. Oh, I assumed most of them show up for an episode. They're sold in a limited run for toys. If they're liked, they're told to come back in another episode so they can sell more toys. That's what I assume most of these are. But I do find it interesting to kind of like critique them. Yes, the boat one also had a mustache. The American Gundam is a mecha boxer that takes his mecha shirt off and his mecha shoulder pads turn into mecha boxing gloves. I have to look this up. American G Gundam. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is it, shirt on. And I presume this is it, shirt off. Goodness gracious. Oh, it's even got like a mouth guard. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's got a mecha football helmet. Are we getting a rate my mech stream? So not quite. This is just kind of, we're talking a bunch about Gundam because we're talking about Lancer and mechs and all of that nonsense. So I'm just kind of yapping about this. I should wrap up soon. I've been talking 5.5 hours straight with really just like one break. I drink it to water. Oh, it's got a mecha football helmet and a mecha surfboard. It does not. It does not. Oh. The dogs are out. And by the dogs, I mean the boxing gloves. Oh, holy heck. Its name is Gundam Maxter. Okay, so we have God Gundam under Japan. We have Gundam Maxter. We have Gundam Rose. We have John Bull Gundam. And we have Dragon Gundam. I can't believe they gave the American G Gundam pecs. Listen, I think this might be due to like the American occupation of Japan, but Japanese representations of Americans and of America tends to be very Johnny Bravo-esque. It tends to be very like when it's meant to be stereotypical. when it's meant to be like, what's the stereotype of America? It's very loud, strong, obnoxious, in your face, but ultimately like really strong and really like able to back it up a lot of the time. Not always, but generally speaking, Americans are hot shots who don't play by the rules, are loose cannons, but they're really good at what they do, right? They're still competent, they're still strong, they're still imposing, as opposed to the kind of like Japanese stereotype of Japan, which is reserved, quiet, disciplined, humble, won't draw attention to themselves, but will get the job done. Like it's always really interesting seeing a nation's stereotype of another nation, as well as their stereotype of their own nation. Also, Sweden has the Nobel Gundam, which is basically just the Sailor Moon Gundam for some reason. I don't even know what that means. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized. I was talking about the different Gundams and I wasn't showing them because I swapped my screen. So yeah, these are the different Gundams, and this is the one with pecs. This is Gundam Maxter with the dogs out. And by dogs, of course, I mean the boxing gloves. Sweden can go berserk? Why can Sweden go berserk? Like, listen, Sweden is not a pushover by any means. However, oh, this is a full like family roster. Actually, let me real quick see if I can get a higher res image. Nope, this is really low res. That's just how it is. Oh, that's a bit better. Not much though. So God Gundam, Maxter, Gundam Rose, John Bull Gundam, Dragon Gundam, Master Gundam, Gundam Spiegel, Nettles Gundam, Nobel Gundam. Yeah, it's literally just the Sailor Moon outfit. Pharaoh Gundam, Lumber Gundam, Bolt Gundam, Temjin Gundam, Gundam Magnate, Minaret Gundam, Tequila Gundam. Oh, its literal name is Tequila Gundam. Oh my gosh. Zeus Gundam, Ashura Gundam, Skull Gundam, Arachno Gundam, Matador Gundam, Madala Gundam, Viking Gundam. It actually has legs. Can it just like turn into a boat on command? Zebra Gundam, Nether Gundam, Mermaid Gundam, Cobra Gundam, Jester Gundam. Can you guess which Gundam is that one of the MC's love interest? Wait. I mean, it can't be the Nobel Gundam, can it? And those gray things on the side of its waist are guns because America. Oh yeah, of course. Looks like Optimus Prime. Kinda. Where are the Gundams for the LGBTQ plus pride flags? Oh, don't worry, those are coming. Just wait a couple years. Oh my goodness gracious. Because the one Rain piloted wasn't any of the nation-specific ones. Yeah, I assume that all of these were one-off nation-specific ones. I assume this one is, oh, I live in Greece. I want the Zeus Gundam. Or, I have family from Nepal. I want the Mandala Gundam. So they make a toy of it. I like that France has a cape. Yeah. Also the German Gundam. The German Gundam was piloted by a German ninja? Listen. I don't think of German ninjas when I think of ninjas, or Germans, but I'm sure that at least one has existed. Rose Gundam is unironically super cool. Oh, I'm misremembering G Gundam then, my bad. Schwarzbruder! Have y'all heard of Japanese American names baseball game. So this is from a 90s video game where a Japanese designer had to make up a bunch of American names. Sleeve McDykel, Onsen Sweeney, Daryl Archideld, Anatoly Smorin, Ray McScriff, Glenelyn Mixon, Mario McCrawlane, Raul Chamberlain, Kevin Nogilney, Tony Smerick, Bobson Dugnut, Willie Dustis, Jeremy Gride, Scott Dork, Shone Furcoat, Dean Westry, Mike Truck. Mike Truck is always like, just, it hits you when you're not expecting it. Dwight Rodergall, Tim Sandale, Carl Danilton, Mike Cernandez, Ton Gonzalez. Mike Truck is probably my favorite name because it's just so like, Mike Truck. Listen, Bobson Dugnut, the lad. Also, side tangent, this has been an amazing first stream to catch live. I will say my streams are often me chatting for 2 to 4 hours and then me playing a game. And by playing a game, I mean chatting while a game is playing in the background. So if you enjoy this, I highly recommend checking out streams 12 p.m. EST Saturday and 1 p.m. EST Tuesdays over on Twitch. Although you will get shot if you go over to Twitch, so be careful. Oh my gosh, my throat. Listen, before you start complaining, I am indeed the throat goat. I have been going for 5.5 hours straight. No one can tell me otherwise. So yeah, surprisingly, I actually hit on all 3 games that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about Lancer, Kane, and Vampire the Masquerade. I talked about Vampire the Masquerade, and then Kane, and then Lancer. So, found your channel looking for Kane content. Really been enjoying my first time here. Missed the Kane talk. Well, the VOD, because this is a YouTube video, it will be up later, so you can just watch it whenever. If anyone here is watching the VOD right now, hello. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you're a VOD watcher, drop it in the comments, and I will probably heart your comment if I see it anytime soon. Because I like hearting the comments of folks in my comment section. Oh, I have the Q&A section. I don't know if anyone's asking questions in a while. What's my opinion on matcha tea? I have never had matcha tea. And when it comes to tea, I've drank a lot of tea. I can't say I love many types of tea. I'm down for herbal tea. I'm down for black tea. I'm down for green tea. Generally, like an oolong, I'm not a huge fan of. Rooibos, I'm not a huge fan of. White teas, I'm pretty hit or miss on. But like generally, I'll have like herbal tea, black tea, green tea. That's what I tend to stick with. I finally got to talk about my Vampire the Masquerade obsession so peak stream. And listen, I love talking Vampire the Masquerade. The main reason I don't talk about it more is because I have limited slots to talk about TTRPGs. And I've currently decided, generally speaking, Wednesday is Lancer, Friday is making a mega dungeon, Sunday is my rotation of when I talk about various TTRPGs. I've wanted to talk about Kane a whole bunch recently. Then I wanted to talk about Lancer some more. Then I'm making a video on Wild Sea for tomorrow. You've been very generous with your time. What do you mean? I've been trying. Thank you for the stream. I appreciate it. Like, I try to give as much as I can. And back and with burger. Now I want a burger. I had a burger. So we went down. I went down to visit family like last week, and after getting off the airport, we drove to the family's house, and on the way we stopped and we picked up like Wendy's. And this is the first time I've had like proper fast food, like a burger joint fast food in a while. So I had a burger and it was really good, but also like gross, you know, because like fast food. And then yesterday I had another burger from Wendy's because like my mother hit me up and we got dinner and she was like, what do you want? And then I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, do you want like Wendy's? Do you want a burger? And I'm like, okay. So we got Wendy's. So it's all just like, I've had 2 burgers in the past like 6+ months. Those are also the only burgers from like a fast food place I've had recently. I am so glad that Tom made Kane free for that weekend. A bunch of people got into it thanks to that. I got into it before then. I picked it up for the free weekend. I was learning about it from Zactac, fantastic YouTube channel, but I was learning about it from Zactac. And for those of you who don't know, Zactac is a channel that talks about Lancer, talks about Kane, talks about various TTRPGs, started talking about D&D, but kind of pivoted. I did the same thing. Wow, what do you know? He has a video to talking about the Metal Mark coming out today. It is an SSC frame. So wouldn't it be so funny if I got a concerted effort, if I was just like, hey, folks, you like Lancer content, you presumably know Zactac, just drop in the comments, say, hey, this really cool Lancer YouTuber, Arrow Writes, would love to chat with you about Lancer. What if I just leveraged my audience to like network for me? Because I'm too scared to reach out by myself. Fun fact, I was avoiding looking to Kane because I knew that if I ever got into it, it would take over my life. Lo and behold, literally me too. I learned about it. I heard about it. Do you hear this music right now? I made this song inspired by The Idol. I made this song inspired by The Ogre. Kane made me make music. I also started a centipede theme, but I was struggling with it and then I ran out of time because I was focused on other stuff. I want to continue. I want to make a track inspired by every single sin. Guess what? I have a hound one too. So I have 3 of the 6 sins. I just haven't had time to make the centipede one. You love the vibes of Kane, but I don't know if any of my regular D&D friends would want to play with it. Well, presently, on the Discord, this is a little bit spoilers, but we've been chatting about setting up a community TTRPG group. I'm going to set out a post next week where you can sign up to be a community like event coordinator, and that will involve running TTRPG. So what I'm trying to set up is a system on the server where I will get a series of people to apply. And then let's say I get 5 people. They all say, I am willing to GM this game. I am free Thursday nights, 8 p.m. EST to midnight EST. And also Fridays from like 6 PST or 6 EST to midnight EST. And then I don't run a game for my community because I feel like that kind of like lends itself to improper power imbalances. I have been very upfront about the fact that I don't want to even inadvertently put a community member in a position where they feel as though they have to do something they don't want to for the sake of like impressing me or for the sake of being friends with me, not pissing me off, not upsetting me, because I understand that pressure is real. No matter how approachable I try and be, no matter how down to earth I try to be, that's always going to be an issue with a viewer to content creator dynamic. So I don't feel comfortable running a game for viewers although I might be willing to try it if it's like kind of a like Patreon thing where it's like, oh, I'll run a one shot for Patreon members. I'll run a one shot for, I run a charity event. And if you're one of the top donators, I run a TTRPG game for you. Something where it's just like, it's an event. It's not something regular. It's not something casual. It's something like, no. This is like a special thing that happens. But I see no reason I can't get community members who want to run a game and just give them players. But yeah, so if you're running a game in 30, I'm so excited for that. That's completely understandable. Yeah, and like, honestly, I was so worried that my community was going to be weird about that. Everyone has been so understanding. Everyone has been like, yeah, no, I get that. Like, I absolutely love what my community has done thus far. Because it's literally just a bunch of TTRPG enthusiasts, people who love Lancer, D&D, Kane, people who like VTubers, just all coming together and being like, let's just be creative. And I think that's awesome. Unfortunately, no, I will not play in any of my community members' games. I feel like that is kind of mixing boundaries too much. In a world where parasocial stuff is so prevalent, yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah, that's the thing. I have made it very clear. I want to bare minimum minimize, if not eliminate, parasociality in my community, because I have many people in my community who say I'm gorgeous and say I'm cute and say that they love me and say that they have a crush on me and all these wonderful things. And that's nice. That's not real. And a lot of times these people recognize that and they're literally just expressing their affection. They're literally just saying, no, I think you're really cool. I want to express I think you're cool. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's very flattering. Some people don't. Some people don't recognize that there is a difference between admiration and affection. And I want to limit how much I enable and lean into blurring that line because I understand that's very dangerous for not just myself in terms of like, oh, what if I get a stalker? What if I get like a weirdo? But also for community members. I understand how harmful that can be to someone who legitimately thinks like, oh, like Arrow hearted like 8 of my comments. That means Arrow really likes me. When maybe I don't know who you are. Because I can't know everyone who comments on my videos. That's unreasonable. Even at my small size. As I've been growing, more people comment. More people have cool ideas. More people engage with one another. I can't remember everyone. And that's sad. I'm more inclined to remember someone if you come into chat. I recognize Freelancer Studios, for instance. That's a name I recognize from the Discord, from Twitch chat, from YouTube comments. But I don't want to be the one who is keeping people in that mindset. I would never say any of those things because you are piloting a digital puppet. I've had stalkers, and that sucks. Yeah, someone who's been participating on online communities, that's so prevalent. The pandemic made it even worse. Exactly. And maybe it's because so I have a really weird thing. I actually don't know if I've revealed this before. So like new Arrow lore. I was a social media ghost up until I started content creation. I really didn't have personal social media accounts because it never interested me and I never got on social media when I was younger. Like, yeah, I had a Facebook years and years ago that I then privated or deleted and I haven't touched since, right? Like, I had a Discord account that I talked with my friends, but I wasn't going out and like posting stuff. I wasn't connecting and networking, whatever. I was just chatting with my friends. So maybe it's because I don't have that. Maybe it's because I wasn't like raised online. Maybe it's because I wasn't raised normalized to parasocial relationships outside of the natural parasocial relationship of if I have a friend who's one of my buddies lives across the country from me. My best friend lives across the country. That is parasocial. We have a parasocial relationship with one another. Not because we don't care about each other, but because we don't have the same relationship that we would if we were in person. I can't do the same things with my friend that we could if we were in the same position. Like, we still care about each other and I still love him. He's still great, but that is two one-way parasocial relationships. That is different than if you like meet someone at school or at work or at a third location. Like, because that's what parasociality is. So I'm someone who is extremely aware of that. Also, YouTube says most of my audience is like 18 to 25. And of those who are not 18 to 25, most of y'all are 26 to 34. And that's like 80% of my audience. Which, pog, right? Like, go off. There's also like 10% of my audience which is under 18. It's one thing for someone who's 20, 25, 30, 35 to have a parasocial relationship with a content creator or with someone online. Because you are an adult, you can make your own choices. That is probably not the best choice. That is still a choice you can make. And if you struggle with it, presumably you have a support network that can help you wean off of it. If you're a 14, 16, 17-year-old, you are much more vulnerable and inexperienced in relationships, so that a parasocial relationship you have with a online crush, a content creator you really admire, someone who you consider a friend despite not really knowing them, those are all things that I'm very hesitant about. I'm extremely protective of minors in my community. Like, if you're on the Discord, you would know that, like, I make the distinction like 21 plus and younger. I don't do 18 plus and younger because I understand there are 16, 17-year-olds who are going to say they're 18. It's harder to pretend you're a 21-year-old than an 18-year-old. So I'm sorry if you're 18, 19, 20 and you want to be treated as the adult you are. I would rather treat you with the same protections I would allot for like a 16, 17-year-old than treat a 16, 17-year-old with the same lack of protections that I would someone who's 21 through 60. So that's just kind of like my philosophy of like, I want to prevent parasociality as best I can. But at the same time, I also recognize when I say sup cutie to start a short, it is one of my most popular shorts. So I don't want to feed parasociality. I don't want to do like GFE, girlfriend experience content, boyfriend experience content. But I have no problem with like being like affirmative, giving affirmations. That's why I mentioned this at the start of stream. Like, what if I made a video where it's like giving affirmations? Because I really care about my community. And yeah, in a parasocial way. Yeah, in a way where I don't know you the same way you know your friend, but I still care about you. You, specifically. And if you're here, you probably care about me to some extent too. Now, that is not the same as a friendship. That is not the same as a romantic relationship. It's not the same as an in-person relationship. But it is still care. And I value that. I think that that is valuable. Game Master experience content. I think that would be really funny if I was to make a video where it's like, it's PG-13. It's not anything untoward. It's not anything NSFW, but it's like Game Master roleplay. It's like me as your Game Master giving you the experience of like, you know, I think that you really did well that last session. I'm really proud of you. Like, honestly, I was worried that no one was engaged in the plot, but you really came through for me. The party just wanted to sit around and just go on another shopping episode, but you stepped up. You got the plot moving. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you. And like just that, and then suddenly like I get 10 more billion views because everyone's just into that. please stop asking the name of every NPC you meet. I'm begging you. Your game master rolls 5 nat 20 crits against you. Okay, so I never make it to real life or virtual games. I have an idea for like a video, and I don't think it would perform well is my issue. So I haven't made it yet, but I might make it for this Monday, because this Monday I won't make an actual video. So I could make like a meme video telling your crush you're single, like confessing to your best friend that you just got broken up with. And then the best friend, the crush or whatever, is just like, yeah, you deserved it. Yeah, you're disgusting. No one would want to be with you. I think that would be so funny to just be like the classic, like, oh, you're single? Good, you deserve it. You don't take care of yourself. You hardly listen to the others around you. You're more interested in your own hyperfixation than giving anyone else the time of day. Do better. I'm glad that you're single, because now your ex is in a better place without you. And I'm just like tearing into my audience. I think it would be so funny. Yeah, like the girlfriend starts a house fire type stuff. See, that's the thing. I've seen the like your boyfriend calls you and gets hit by a car ASMR roleplay, like 18 plus serious. But I feel like that's kind of lost its luster. Unless my audience wants that. Like, I'm very hyper conscious of all of the good ideas other people are doing. If you want to watch it, you can watch them do it. I don't want to steal their content. I don't want to steal their ideas. I don't want to just hop on a trend that I just regurgitate back towards you. I want to give you high effort content. That's why, despite the fact I'm making Lancer content, I didn't intend to do this. I started this with the Pegasus, and then I did this with the Barbarossa because I thought they were cool. But now I'm kind of started a series where I'm going through every single Lancer mech and basically pitching it in a short. In 60 seconds or less, I'm telling you, what's the cool thing about this mech? Why should you play this mech? Why am I excited about this mech? That's basically what Zactac is doing with his like mech breakdowns, but he goes into mechanics. He goes into comparisons to the Everest. He goes into the lore. He goes into the mechanics of playing a Lance, of a Barbarossa, of playing a Baylor. I just say, look at the funny gun that doesn't exist and how it shoots you, but it doesn't. Right? So I don't want to make videos talking about, oh, here's the different frames and comparing them or whatever, because that would just be yoinking his content. That would be yoinking the content of a content creator I very much admire. Honestly. Like, when I see he releases new content, I'm clicking on it as soon as I can. And honestly, his resilience when it comes to content creation, he's been making content for years. He blew up like a year ago with Lancer content, but he's been making D&D content a spell a day for like years prior, and they were getting hundreds of views. Now he's getting tens of thousands of views. That is incredibly impressive. That is incredibly admirable. I respect that. And I don't want to impose on him or his niche, despite the fact we're in similar spots, right? That's why, even though I talk about Kane, I don't do a breakdown of the idol in the same way he does. I talk about the idol in what's the coolness about it? What separates it from the other sins? Why should you care about the idol? Not what are its mechanics, right? I wouldn't do that since being talked down to is a fetish for some people. Listen, if I'm not doing it for NSFW means, and you're not hurting anyone, I can't stop you. So if I just like clown on you for like 2 straight minutes, I would just be doing that to be silly. If someone's into that, they're into that. I can't stop them. Unless your audience wants to hear you get hit by a car. I mean, maybe. Like, listen, if I do the whole like ASMR roleplay, just like, your GM talks down to you, your GM blows up on you, and then people are like, this is hot, like, where can we get more? Like, I'll deal with that when I come to it. TBH, eventually your content will overlap with other people's work. It's all about how you present it in your own unique way. Exactly. And that's why I focus on how can I present the mechs, the sins, the TTRPGs as what's cool about them. Burger Krieg, another fantastic channel I don't want to steal from. Burger Krieg talks about ad nauseum for 2 hours at a time, a deep dive into the Wild Sea, into Shadowrun, into Vampire the Masquerade. So I'm not going to tell you a deep dive analysis of the different bloodlines and how they interact with one another, because Burger Krieg already did that. Burger Krieg inspired me to get into Vampire the Masquerade. I'm going to talk to you about how I think that I'm going to talk to you about how low-level dominate powers are broken. The first level obfuscate power allows you to go completely invisible for free. That's stupid. That's awesome. That's crazy. Other content creators don't talk about it that way. They talk about mechanics. They talk about lore. They talk about playing the game. I talk about what's cool, what's awesome, what draws me into the game, and how can that draw you into the game? Because I don't want to talk about the things they talk about. I don't want to steal their thunder because I respect them. And even people I don't respect, even people I don't care about, even people I don't watch myself, I don't want to be the person who says what they said but louder and gets more credit. You know? So that's just a thing of my personal integrity. I would prefer to make my personal high effort content even if I'm inspired by someone else. My game master tells me I'm a terrible person. I leave the game upset and then I'm isekai'd into the campaign. Wait, that's actually really funny. So how many of you don't know that on Twitch, on stream, we're actually coding a visual novel where it is a D&D dating sim where you are the GM and all of the players are the routes. And it's not explicitly a dating sim. It is a visual novel where you are the GM and all of your players are different people who you're meeting. You're getting to know them. This is your first time running for the group. And after a couple weeks... Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if you're in Twitch. I don't know if that's from Twitch or if that's from YouTube, but yeah, so it's a visual novel where we are coding it. I'm programming it, but Twitch chat is influencing me. And I am writing it where you're a GM for a new group and you have 4 sessions, so like 4 days effectively, of running for this group once a week. And then after that, everyone's going to a con. What do you do when you go to a con? You have a con buddy. You go to a con with someone else and you have a good time with your friend. So the thing of the visual novel is over these 4 sessions, how you run the game will influence how these players like you. And at the end of the game, you have to ask one of them to go to the con with you. And then whether it's romantic, whether it's platonic, whether it's whatever, that's up to you. That's up to your interpretation. But the goal being is that it's like a dating sim, but it's a TTRPG group. And we finished the tutorial. We don't have any art assets, but we have characters and we have the tutorial set up. Now it's just a matter of writing it, and I'm doing it all on stream. I could do it off stream. Pros and cons. Oh my gosh, that's so silly of a name. I'm stretching. Is one of the players a femboy? Yes. One of the players is a femboy. So in the game, and I can actually pull this up. Well, because what I wanted to do, like, seriously, like, talking about, like, oh, femboy aside, unironically, I really wanted it to be there's 6 players, 2 identify as men, to identify as women, to identify as non-binary. And I wanted a masculine man, a feminine man, a masculine woman, a feminine woman, a very androgynous, like, in terms of both masculinity and femininity, non-binary, and a very really no gender expression, agender, non-binary. Because I know so often there are dating sims or there are games where all of the men are very masculine, all of the women are very feminine. Or it's a game where you're dating a bunch of women and there's one tomboy and there's one like geeky nerd, but all of the other women are all like traditionally feminine. There's generally very few non-binary options, and if there is a non-binary option, that non-binary individual is oftentimes just completely agender, completely lack of gender expression. I figured it would be interesting and inclusive and accessible to have different strokes for different folks. So if you're attracted to only men, you have the option of a masculine man and a feminine man. There you go. And maybe the expression of the very feminine and also very masculine individual is someone who, despite the fact they identify as non-binary, they're masculine enough for you. So maybe you don't like either of the male options, but the non-binary individual is masculine enough for you to be attracted. So then you go their route. I wanted it to be accessible. I know what I'm attracted to, but I'm also repulsed by certain tabletop roleplay styles. Yes, and they each have their own tabletop roleplay style. They each have their own interests, and you have to balance them. So if I open this up, if I open up Ren'Py, go back here. As we wait on Ren'Py. I could run it, but I don't know how interesting that would be because it's just the tutorial. Do you want me to run through the tutorial? I can show you code if you're so inclined, because like it's a visual novel, so it's mostly just dialogue. But do you want me to like run through the tutorial, show you how it works? My two brain cells just rubbed together and figured out Cain plus Lancer equals Doom. Please hold. Doom doesn't have enough investigation. Doom doesn't have enough investigation to be Cain, and Lancer is too tactical for Doom. But yes, mech suit fighting demons and sins and hellspawn, absolutely Cain plus Lancer equals Doom. It's like 70% of the way there. Yes, guard dog fanboy. I like that arrow went into loading mode and a download update message popped up. Yeah, so these are just like slang. These are just like what we opted to call the characters as shorthand. So you have a Renaissance jock. The Renaissance jock is athletic, ambitious, confident, and a bit of a golden retriever, but he feels out of his element and he can't connect with everyone else, so he's kind of shy. He is playing, so basically this is all like discount D&D. They're not actually playing D&D, they're playing a D&D style game. So I just spent 5 minutes making a setting and a system. I don't have exact mechanics, but I have vibes of what the mechanics are. So basically there's the high plane, which is basically heaven. There's the low plane, which is basically hell. And then there's the middle plane, which is earth. There's like the normal prime material plane. So you can be like a highborn, which is like you have angel blood, or you can be a lowborn, which you have like, it's basically an Asmar or tiefling. And then you can be a high caster where you use like cleric magic, or a low caster, which is like sorcerer magic. So then you have guard dog femboy, who he's a group guard dog. He's friendly with the group, but he'll like throw hands on anyone else's behalf, but he can't stand up for himself. Right? So he's someone who he is extremely aggressive on behalf of others, but isn't able to stick up for himself. Team Mom Forever GM, this is the person who is running for the group before you, and this is your childhood best friend analog. This is the person you knew who invited you to run for the group, because in this con a month from now, she is going to participate running a big con tournament. So she wants a break to plan for that. So you're running in the month before the con so she can have a break. So she likes you more than everyone. She likes you more than anyone else likes you. You know her better than anyone else. You know anyone else. And she's a bit of a rules lawyer who always wants things to have cohesion and make sense, but she has to learn how to like back off, let other people do their own stuff, do their own thing. Player 4 has an inability to take life seriously and just goes out of her way to bring levity to her friends, but she never connects at a deeper level because she's terrified of intimacy. Like, she's one of those people who, like, nothing is serious, so nothing can hurt her kind of deal. Player 5 is assertive and wants to constantly push the momentum forward regardless of consequences, always wants something to happen, always wants the plot to progress, but they always assume they know what the group wants and they need to kind of like back off. They need to gain that sense of awareness. And then player 6 is a quiet observer who will participate when included but doesn't show much initiative because they're overcome with analysis paralysis. They want to contribute more, they want to be more active, but they just constantly like stutter. They stop. So those are your romance options. The first 2 are males, the middle 2 are females, and then the last 2 are NBs, or mask, femme, and non-binary. Because, like, are they trans? I don't know. I don't care. Like, as far as I'm concerned, this isn't going to explore the transness of any of the characters, even the non-binary characters. So it doesn't really matter. But this is something where if I load up, and let's swap the music to something more appropriate. If I were to I'm sorry. What is this programming? No, not you. There we go. There we go. So if I was to run through this real quick, so like, what's the name your friends call you? Arrow. Would you like to play the tutorial? Yes. So then this is just kind of a cold open. So it's like the situation that arrives is that one of the characters stabbed a random NPC. Why is there a speedrun timer? Has this been here the whole time? Am I blind? I added it like 3 hours ago because I thought it was funny. Someone asked for a timer, so I set them a 30-second timer. I think that's what it was. But yeah, so what I can do is that like you run through you have dialogue, you chat with all of them, they say their own stuff, and then as the GM, you have to decide, okay, there's conflict in the party, how do you want to resolve it? I'm gonna let the party sort itself out. So then they make their choice, and then I'm gonna make it difficult. And then boom, like session, that's how the session goes through. And then after the session, you wrap up, and the core conceit of every single quote unquote like day, of every single date, as it were, is that after every session, it's tradition in this group that one player stays after the session to help the GM clean up. So that's how you get into your quote unquote like dates. That's how you get into your, I want to get to know player 3 better. Player 3, can you stay after to help me clean up? And then we'll get to chat as we do. Hey, player 2, we just had a really like fun session where you didn't have a good time. Can you stay after to help me clean up? Then I get to talk to you. So if you want to go after like player 3, you can hit up player 3 to stay after the session with you. You get more time with them. They're more likely to like you. And then suddenly you can ask them to go to the con with you. And that's like the core premise of the game, right? That's the core thing. So yeah, we have gone for 6 hours just yapping, nothing else. I think I had a great time with this. Though I think I am going to wrap up to spare my voice because I do have to record tomorrow's video. I wrote it already, but I have to record it. So because this is YouTube, I don't actually have the ability to redirect you out because I don't know who else is live right now. I don't have any friends that stream on YouTube at this time. So I think I just wrap it up there. Thank you all so much for coming on over. Honestly, I just have such a good time just making content. I have such a good time making like streams and YouTube videos and chatting about TTRPGs. So when you swing by, whether now in live chat or in the VOD, again, if you're a VOD watcher, I appreciate you. Like, make sure to just enjoy content. Make sure to enjoy TTRPGs. Enjoy whatever games you're playing, games you're running. You've got to run to D&D, but you stay longer if you could. Well, I'm wrapping up anyway, so go off to D&D. So thank you all so much for being by, and look out for my video tomorrow. I release shorts Sunday through Friday. Mondays every other week I release a long form video. I'm probably going to release a short this Monday because I have an idea in mind, but my long form video will be next Monday. And look out for my stream on Twitch this Tuesday. I have a 60-second countdown to the stream? Sure. I got my last LL2 session on a game in 2 hours. Can't wait. Oh, that sounds so exciting. Yeah, like Lancer is one of the games like I want to play Lancer. I want to play Vampire the Masquerade. I want to play City of Mist. I want to run Kane. Like, I don't know about y'all. When I think of Kane, I think about running Kane with the sins and all of that. But in any case, thank you all so much for swinging by. Check out tomorrow's video. Check out the stream Tuesday, 1 p.m. EST over on Twitch. Join the Discord if you're not already there. Let me grab... Nope, not that. It should actually be in the description of this video. So no issue there. And I will... No, it's not going to self-destruct in 40 seconds. It's going to self-destruct right now. Don't you worry about it. Although, I think as though it would be a little bit dangerous to assume that it would be, oh no,